Yeah, they're ready.
Yeah.
He keeps saying they're ready to go. Your mic on. The mic is on.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It is a beautiful day in Morro Bay. Welcome to the Tuesday, June 13th meeting at the Morro Bay Vets Hall. And we will start with establishing a quorum and a call to order, please.
Sorry, I didn't notice that I didn't have a microphone. Councilmember Barton?
Here.
Councilmember Edwards?
Here.
Councilmember Landrum?
Here.
Councilmember Ford?
Here.
And Mayor Wixom.
Here. With that, I would ask you to take a moment of silence. Thank you. And if I can ask Councilmember Landrum to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. And Mr. Newmeyer, closed session report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. No closed session items to report.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will go to mayor and council member reports and announcements. I will start to my left if Councilmember Ford would like to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a few things to talk about. First, I'd like to thank everyone who came out to the first ever raising of the Pride flag at City Hall on June 1st. It was a really great turnout. We had community members and staff and council members all out there, and it was a great morning. I also had the chance to attend SlowCal's advisory committee meeting. They hold, I believe it's 2 every year, if I'm remembering right. And they recently had one, and they basically cover what's been going on for the last 6 months and then some. And they cover everything from what their strategy is to bring visitors to the Central Coast, which, by the way, they're trying to get us to quit saying Central Coast for this area. They'd like for us to start defining our area as SlowCal, because it gives a more defined idea of who we are and where we are, because Central Coast is such a broad term. And so they would really like for us to, whenever we reference our area, that we say in SlowCal. And I also want to let you know about a few upcoming events. We have the Marine Swap Meet on Saturday, June 4th from 8 to 1. Say June 24th, I apologize. I left the 2 out of there, but it's the 24th from 8 to 1, and it is, if you know where the Maritime Museum is, it's right in that parking lot behind there by the Stacks, the Triangle parking lot. It's a great event to come out and enjoy. And also the Morro Bay Maritime Museum, they have their tickets on sale right now for the San Salvador Pacific Heritage Tour that takes place in August. So you can get your tickets now at morrobaymaritime.org. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Edwards.
Unfortunately, Jen took mine. I got to get ahead on these. Anyway, I have no announcements at this time.
Councilmember Barton.
I had the pleasure of attending yesterday a meeting of the Chamber of Commerce with Embarcadero business owners. Very interesting to hear the different struggles they're having, the pluses, the minuses, what's going on in their part of the city. So that was a good one, and our mayor was there also. So anyway, thank you. I was there too. And I forgot. I'm so sorry. I forgot you were right there.
I wanted to take this opportunity to remind everyone that, or let you know, if you didn't already, that the police department will be promoting Sergeant Tony Mosqueda to police commander tomorrow at 2 o'clock right here. And we're happy that Chief Watkins has found her replacement, and so if anyone wants to come out to that. And then, just to keep it brief, because I know this is going to be a long meeting, I did want to let people know, too, I'm a soccer player, and I haven't played in a really long time, since the beginning of COVID, and I went out again on Sunday to play. And the same group that's been playing for 26 years here in Morro Bay at the community center was there playing. And so it's completely open to whoever wants to come, all ages, if anyone ever wants to come play soccer.
Thank you. I'll just go real quick. I think there's been a lot of meetings we've been attending, and I've tried to post some of them, but we'll try and hold office hours next month since we have a down month. I would remind everybody we do not meet the month of July. In the last few weeks since we've been with you, I've met, represented the city at our SLOCOG meeting as well as APCD. We hosted the 3 offshore wind companies, and I think that either the city manager or harbor manager will give a short update on that. We took a trip to Diablo Canyon. Councilmember Landrum and myself and the other council members have just recently been down there too. And visited the Cal Poly Abalone, well, it's not Cal Poly, the Abalone Farm in Cayucas, which Cal Poly now has the lease for and is going to be working to reintroduce some of the species of abalone that are on the endangered list here. So it's been a busy few weeks, and I think we have a full agenda tonight. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the city manager, please, for an update.
Mayor, Council, staff is going to begin providing periodic updates on our interaction with the offshore wind issue. So as we have information to report out on, we will do that during the city manager report. And as the mayor mentioned, we did host the 3 offshore wind leaseholders, and our harbor director is going to provide a brief synopsis of the day's events.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter, Mayor, council members. So we had a 2-day event by the 3 offshore wind lessees. It was on June 1st and 2nd. Those companies included Equinor Wind, Invenergy, Central California Offshore Wind, and the event was coordinated by REACH, which is the Regional Economic Action Coalition, Port St. Louis, the City of Morro Bay, and of course the Chamber was heavily involved in the coordination of that meeting. Many participants, I won't give you a full list, but I'll include some of them here. Of course, the city and harbor staff, myself and the interim city manager, Greg Carpenter, was there. Our mayor, Councilmember Landrum, was there. REACH was represented. Erica Crawford, of course, with the chamber, was there. County leaders, Supervisor Ortez Legg, State Assembly representatives, congressional representatives were there. And on June 1st, the offshore wind companies had a full-day event at Port St. Louis. There was a meet and greet that day. They toured their facilities. They met with labor organizations. There was an education symposium at Cal Poly, and a reception later that evening that I believe was represented by Mayor Wixom and Councilmember Landrum. On June 2nd, the group did a tour of Diablo Canyon, and at 10:30 they arrived at our harbor, and they were greeted by our mayor, who basically gave them an introduction to what they were going to do that day. So the companies received a map of the locations that we were going to show them. They also received some information on dredging that we provided to them. And the tour began with 2 simultaneous tours. There was a tour on water and there was a tour on land that occurred at the same time. We had so many participants that we needed to break it up into 2 different groups, and then the same groups ended up switching and doing the water tour and the land tour. On water, we gave them a 30-minute tour, very briefly, taking them to the fuel facilities, past the intake building, and then out to the inlet. And on land, there was a 30-minute tour also by golf cart to the former wastewater treatment plant. After those tours, the group combined, and we walked over to the Vistra intake building, which we all agree should be the next scary movie location. The PG&E property, we walked across the street through the through the Vistra property and looked at the PG&E property at the back of that location. And then we all went to lunch on the Chablis, which was attended by all of the representatives. There was an update from Morro Bay National Estuary Program. And it was a chance for us to just mingle and talk. And after that, most of the city staff left, and there were individual meetings with the Morro Bay Commercial Fishermen's Organization and also the tribal groups. My personal take, and this is me speaking personally, about the day's events is that the offshore wind companies are still very early in their analysis of what it is they plan to do and how they plan to do it. I do get a sense that state and federal agencies are very engaged in seeing that offshore wind is going to happen. But it did open a line of communication with the individual companies and with specific people that we haven't met before, so we do have that ability to now stay informed and basically keep our seat at the table. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Carpenter, and thank you, Ted. And there were, along with the local legislatures, there was also a representative from the governor's office too there this time, and that's a first that they've sent someone down. So we will try and make sure that you are aware of any of the meetings that we have moving forward. This was just strictly a meet and greet version and nothing on our end of it. So with that, we're going to move into public comment. And I'm going to begin with, let's see, Ed Spira, and followed by Gary Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilwomen. My name is Ed Spera, and I live on Main Street, and I'm here lobbying again with the corridor that's between Olive and Piney Way. The traffic on that street has just become horrendous. I've been there 27 years, and we can hardly walk across the street anymore with the traffic and the speed that it's going. I want to comment on the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit that you're talking about bringing in. That's not going to solve anything, okay? The infraction that happens in front of my house and in front of that area that I'm talking about is over in 10 seconds. The cars that are going 45 miles an hour or so, and motorcycles, they're the worst. It's done. And unless there is some type of police officer to be at either end, nothing is going to change. So, you know, I don't know the answers. I really don't. But I can sure tell you that it's dangerous. It actually is probably costing me property value because of what's going on my street, which I've been on 27 years. So, again, I think the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit's good. I think the sign needs to be south of Olive. I think we need to put a crosswalk at Olive. I think that we need to put the bicycle stencils so that the cars are going over the double line to pass the bikes. There isn't 3 feet between bikes and cars. So, again, I don't have all the answers, but it seems to me that the corridors of Piney Way and Main Street now are the main way people from Los Osos come to us. And the fact of the matter is those are residential streets. And I think that they need to be mitigated even with speed bumps because it needs to be that the traffic goes back on the highway, the freeway, and gets off at Morro Bay Boulevard. Thank you.
Before you start, I thought we could project that. It's been so long since I've been here. We used to protect these things. So I have this folder, and I wanted to know if it could be seen.
We don't have a projector, Gary.
Yeah, I didn't know
You
if
would
we could-
need to submit it to the
Yeah, I
city
didn't
clerk to
realize
come up
that.
on the screen.
But I didn't know if they
Thank you.
could see it while I'm yeah. Okay. Mayor, City Council, especially the Fire and Police Department. I am Gary Johnson. I'm a member of the board member of the Maritime Museum to tell 3 great events by the Morro Bay Maritime Museum, all coming this summer. First, wow, have you seen the new face of the Deep Submergence Rescue Vehicle the DSVRV. That's the talk of the town. God, they're all talking about it. Putting these posters out, every store we go into, they talk about it. All done by the Maritime volunteers except for one person, and that was a $100,000 grant to paint the DSRV. Did he do a great job or what? The first event going to be, this is so exciting, of the tall ship San Salvador will be coming back to Morro Bay. August 20th, put that on your calendar. The last time the tall ship was here was 2016. It was so successful, our community and visitors, that we are bringing back the tall ship. That's the tall ship. To get more information about the event, go to our Friendly Maritime website. Furthermore, to help this event more successful, we really need volunteers. To volunteer, go to our website. There are many different jobs to sign up for. You can work a few hours or as many hours as you like. This is one of the most greatest group in the 30 years I've been here to join the Maritime Museum. We all work. We have only one thing. No politics is allowed, and we just have fun. Lots of fun. You can't believe it. Now, the website for this is going to be my805 lowercase tix.com /e /San Salvador, all one word. Or you can call 805-225-5044 or go directly to the morrobaymaritime.org. Okay, the second event, oh, this was great. It'll be our second annual Family Days on October 14th. We are excited about putting this event on again. And our first year, we didn't know how many were going to attend, but now the attendance was over 1,500. And so there's no smoking, no alcohol, no selling of politics. There will be food vendors. Third event will be our annual fundraiser. It's big and successful last year, raising money for the Maritime Museum. Stay tuned, and more info, then the date will yet to be announced. Finally, we received the City Council meeting Coastal Commission permit. Thank you, City. Thank you for giving us a permit. We are expanding. We're going to have a new building, new boats, everything. It's been great.
Thank you, Gary.
Volunteers, call us.
Thank you. Next up is Gina Bental. Sorry if I said that wrong, and Linda Winters.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jenna Bental, and I am the Director of Sea Otter Savvy. In September of last year, I was honored to stand before you as the City of Morro Bay officially recognized Sea Otter Awareness Week. Today, I'm here to remind the Council that awareness is only the first step towards conservation action. Awareness inspires respect, appreciation, and empathy, which in turn inspires stewardship and concrete conservation action. Merriam-Webster defines stewardship as the careful and responsible management of something entrusted to one's care. All of the wildlife of Morro Bay and everywhere is held in public trust, and as such, it is the city's duty to protect and conserve. I am urging the City of Morro Bay to consider acting on its awareness of the benefit of sea otters to the local economy, their vulnerable state as a threatened species, and their history of persecution at the hands of man. When making decisions about actions that impact your human constituents, remember your wild community members and consider the impacts to them as well. They don't have a voice, they don't have a vote, or at least not one that we can understand or hear. I request the City of Morro Bay and council members consider wildlife impacts when deciding to host potentially disruptive events like Ironman or city fireworks. If you're not sure what to consider, there are abundant resources available to you to consult on those matters, including myself. Act not just for the economic interest, but protect this unique place with all its residents, both human and wild. Act not because you must to comply with the federal laws that protect wildlife, but act because you are aware, appreciative, and responsible. The wildlife of the Bay, as you know and acknowledged last September, brings long-term, stable, continuous benefit to Morro Bay. If all of you are sincere in your recognition of sea otter awareness, to fail to follow that with concern, respect, empathy, and stewardship is neglect. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilwomen, and staff, and police and fire chiefs. My name is Linda Winters, a 29-year resident in the same mobile home park on Main Street here in Morro Bay. Main Street's been mentioned a lot lately. On June 1st, there was an accident on Cuesta Grade involving a semi-truck that overturned in the northbound lane. It created a traffic jam that warranted all northbound traffic on the grade to be diverted to Highway 1 North. Ultimately, it ended up here in Morro Bay on Main Street and Highway 1. The ensuing traffic mess all ended up directly in front of my mobile home park, and it just magnified that this traffic jam that I witness every single day when school is in session. The traffic from the accident lasted almost 3 hours. I don't know if there were any law enforcement agencies directing traffic at the intersection of Main and Highway 41, but I do know that if I really needed to get out of my park and then ultimately back in, I would be sitting in that same traffic jam. Fortunately, there were no emergency vehicles that had to go through. But here we are discussing that same intersection right now. There's no question that the intersection needs fixing. The biggest question is not what we do with the traffic, but what do we do with the pedestrians? Whatever is done via roundabout or traffic signal, there is extreme need to protect our pedestrians. I believe the crosswalks need to be placed further back from the actual intersection. And there needs to be monitoring at all those crosswalks where the pedestrian traffic is the heaviest, when the school is in session, getting ready to commence during lunch hours as the students come and go, and then as school is letting out. There's something as simple as a paid crossing guard, just like children used to have in the lower grades. That might seem a bit childish, but for those parents who have invested in their children, and we all know how expensive it is to have kids these days, I'm betting most of you would like to keep your children around. So here are my thoughts on the actual intersection. And there's something else I would like to add before this happens. This goes for the city and state highway people. Please, 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 before you begin this whole traffic put traffic bumps on the Main Street in all directions and to slow people down. Get people used to driving a little more slow entering the intersection. I've never quite understood why people go racing, and believe me, they do race to the stop signs. My comment to all of them while they're zooming to that stop sign, well, you won. There'll be more on this later. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Next up is Phil Hornberg, followed by Stephen Kiek.
Can we do that in reverse order?
Okay,
Thank you. He's going to follow up.
no problem. Whatever works for you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Wixom and council members. My name is Stephen Kaya. I'm a homeowner at 455 Main Street and a resident of the Morro Cove Homeowners Association. The Morro Cove Homeowners Association is comprised of 30 homes overlooking the bluffs at Franklin Riley Park. Prior to construction of the Morro Cove homes, the California Coastal Commission conducted a review of the project, which included the donation of 1.5 acres of land to the city of Morro Bay that is now known as Franklin Riley Park. This parcel extends from Morro Avenue across the hilltop and down to Embarcadero Road. Within the approval documents, the California Coastal Commission specifically highlighted the importance of maintaining view corridors and leaving Franklin Riley Park in its natural state. Additionally, the city's own general plan visual resources policy states that the city will, and I'm quoting here, will ensure new public or private landscaping, will consider public views and vistas, and encourage landscape installations that preserve and protect those views and vistas, including ensuring that such landscaping does not obstruct scenic views and vistas at maturity. Now, unfortunately, in direct conflict with the California Coastal Commission's plan approval and for the donation of the park and the city's own general plan policy, some unknown person or persons planted nearly 24 unauthorized Monterey cypress trees at the base of Franklin Riley Park. Since November of 2021, we have attempted to work with the city to mitigate this issue. To date, we have met informally with former Mayor Heading and several city staff members. These brief informal meetings have resulted in several sympathetic and conciliatory comments. However, little to nothing has been accomplished, and the issue of these unauthorized trees remains. We have also sent letters to the current city council, and still no action has been taken. Any attempt to agendize meetings has been met with delay after delay after delay. Some of those for reasonable excuses, but it's been a year and a half. Meanwhile, the recent and historic rains have fueled an exponential growth of these young trees, and believe me when I say I have a photo here where there was a bench and once a view, and now there's nothing but trees in front of that bench. It is our sincere desire to resolve this issue in an amicable and constructive manner that will preserve the views of Franklin Riley Park for the current and future benefit of residents and visitors of Morro Bay. For many years, our HOA has contributed financial and volunteer resources to maintaining Franklin Riley Park, and we hope to carry on that tradition of cooperation and care for our natural resources. We simply ask that you schedule a formal hearing on this issue and work with us towards an amicable solution. Now, before retiring and buying a home here in Morro Bay, I worked in county government as an executive, and I was responsible for representing my organization during litigation. And what I found over and over and over again, and I don't mean to threaten litigation, was that we could have simply solved this if people would meet and talk. That's all we're asking for. Please give us that opportunity in a formal hearing. Thank you.
Mayor and council ladies, good to see you. I'm Phil Hornberg, live at 430 Morro Avenue, and I'm currently the representative for the Morro Bay's adoptive park for the Franklin Riley Park. And we've been taking care of the Franklin Riley Park in that status, doing a lot of work there, including pruning the trees, the eucalyptus trees, and maintaining the streets and the grounds there for at least the last 10 years. So what Steve said is basically right, is that I first met with Scott Collins back in November of 2021, and he was very sympathetic, said that, yeah, he understood exactly what we're talking about, and how those trees got there, he didn't know, and we still don't know. But they're there, they're growing, and so that's one of the issues. But the other issues is that this is a public park with views, and there's other restrictions that go with what the Coastal Commission initially stated when the city then had to change its zoning to allow this park with the public views that were there. And so that made a huge difference. And so that's what we're trying to get across, is that this is an issue. It can be solved easily, we think, with cooperation, and we're trying to cooperate, and that's what we want to do. So we urge that we have a hearing before you as soon as we could. So if you would put that on the agenda at some point, we would really appreciate it. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next up is Jeremiah and Mr. Heller.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and ladies of the City Council and City staff. My name is Jeremiah O'Brien, and I represent the Morro Bay Commercial Fishermen's Organization. Excuse me. I just wanted to thank you very much for the consent item on A9 for the lease approval, and also for the conditions of that lease and the disposition. thank you very much. The Commercial Fishermen's Organization has been working very hard on a lot of issues, and this means a lot to us. As everybody knows, there's not much space. Our storage facility is of utmost importance because, as we all know, there's or little or no storage area for fishermen that we could afford, I should say, in the area. But in any case, and then I also wanted to take this time to thank you all very much for the support that you've always given to the commercial fishing industry. And we are very, very appreciative of our current mayor and city staff and city council. So thank you very much from the members of the Morro Bay Commercial Fishermen's Organization.
Good evening, Jeff Heller, and I came down tonight to thank you all for what you're doing. I think what you have on your plates is many ways more daunting than the COVID issues and other things that the prior council dealt with. There's some long-term issues that you have to make tough decisions on. Some people will be happy with your decisions and others won't, but I have enormous confidence in you as a group. I think staff is performing at a very high level. Ted, having you on board is a great help to the harbor. And I just wanted to thank you and let you know I really appreciate what you're doing, and so do the people of Morro Bay. So I'm not going to take any more time and make this meeting any longer than it's probably going to be. Thank you.
No clapping. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Heller. At this time, public comment, that's the last slip I have, is open to the general public. Good afternoon, Mr. Martini.
Hi there. Bill Martini. Wanted to first off speak on the offshore wind companies you met. And this would have to do with if they were told about Measure D on the Embarcadero. Maybe they're well aware of it, and I was just thinking about Jeremiah and the fishermen. And for anyone that's not familiar with Measure D, it was passed in the early 80s to protect fishing only, commercial and recreational, and related businesses that related to fishing, and it was restricted to that. And that's from Beach Street all the way out, I believe almost to the Rock. And so any infrastructure to support offshore wind under Measure D, which was a measure voted by the people, put in by Joe Giannini, that's existing, and just that they were made aware that this exists, and that would be something that they would have to deal with, or at least be knowledgeable on. The other thing I wanted to talk about, and I just heard about the Monterey cypress and the problems. Of course, that is your city tree, the Monterey cypress, and we do have Monterey cypress on our property. One of them was a volunteer that came up on its own, and it's now about 25 foot tall. But one thing about Monterey cypress in this particular case is they can be topped. Monterey cypress, you can turn them into a hedge, you can turn them into a 50-foot tree. So probably a common maybe solution on this is to allow them to top if they're down below on the Embarcadero, so they won't come up as high for affecting the view, and they'll come out sideways and they'll bonsai. And anyway, that might be a thought. Bye.
Good evening, Council and Madam Mayor. I see that it's a very long, my name is Nancy Bast, and I'm a resident. I see that it's a real long agenda, and we're going to be discussing some important things that'll probably take quite a while, including probably the second most controversial item since the sewer, and that is the Main Street 41 business with the signalization and roundabout. However, it's the very last thing on the agenda. How does this happen? The most important thing on this agenda is the last thing Many people will have gone home because these other items are time-consuming. If there was some way you could put that forward so more people would have a chance to hear about it and participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm Erica from the Morro Bay Chamber. I wanted to briefly share with the Council and the community some results from an Ironman Business Impact Survey that we closed this morning. While Ironman is not a Chamber event, as we know, we released this survey because we want anything that impacts our members to be as successful as possible, and because stakeholder communication and data sharing with decision makers like you all are the two most often reached for tools in our advocacy toolshed. As a general reminder, the Chamber is a private, not-for-profit membership organization. We have 309 members and 32 local business owners and community leaders serving as volunteers on the board of directors and our advisory committees. We received 55 responses to the Ironman survey and had the survey open from June 1st to June 12th. This is not, and it was not meant to be a statistically significant survey, but it does give some broader feedback for the council to consider. The survey respondents, those who answered the survey, broken down by area, were 51% from waterfront, 40% downtown, and 10% North Morro Bay. The respondents broken down by industry were 36% retail, 36% food and beverage, and 14.5% lodging. Those don't add up to 100 because there were other options, so those are the predominant ones. The survey then asked respondents to look into their gross sales for specific periods of time related to Ironman. When we asked respondents to compare their Saturday-only event day 2023 sales to the same Saturday in 2022, 40% reported sales that were higher or about the same, and 47% reported lower sales. We did the same Saturday-only 23 compared to 2019, which is a pre-COVID year. 40% reported sales that were higher or about the same, and 38% reported lower sales. We then went into the week, the event week, Monday to Sunday, cumulative gross sales for 23 compared to 22, and it was split even, 44% higher or about the same and 44% lower. And then we did the same week, event week, 23 to pre-COVID 2019, and 49% reported sales that were higher or about the same, and 31% reported lower sales. I know that's a lot of data, and I did provide our members and the council and staff with the survey results in full so that you can take some time to interpret the data and all community feedback as you evaluate the 2024 Ironman event. And lastly, super quick, an announcement that the Chamber is co-hosting with the Small Business Development Center, or SBDC, our next Breakfast by the Bay next Wednesday. And we're going to provide an interactive workshop on simplifying social media with MetaSuite. Super practical, implementable tools for our small businesses. Our guest presenters for the workshop include John Elliott, who's an owner of a local business, Mike's Barbershop, and Travis Ford, and also a local business, Rock Harbor Marketing, the owner of that. So information and registration is available at morrochamber.org under the events tab. And that's it. Thank you so much and have a great meeting. Thanks.
Good evening. My name's Betty Winholtz. As we're approaching summer and as we've come out of COVID, I'm wondering if our visitor center and Chamber of Commerce will be opening up now that we'll be having more people in town. It's been closed, I know, during COVID, just as the city was, but now as the city's opened up, can we also have the visitor center and chamber open? Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment for items not on the agenda?
This is fast and a compliment. I stayed all day last week at the Board of Supervisors, and I want to compliment the 5 of you because you're not doing this. I mean, there are 2 of them that do that through much of the day. So thank you very much for being attentive, friendly faces for us.
Thank you, Margaret. Anyone else for public comment for items not on the agenda? Seeing that, I will bring it back. AGP, do we have anyone in the queue?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. There are currently no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment. I have all the information down. I think staff has all the information down, and we will take the opportunity to get back to many of you regarding your comments and questions. And thank you Mr. Heller, former Councilman Heller, for the nice words, as well as you, Dr. Margaret. And Mr. Martini, I think you could probably visit with our harbor manager, and he could share with you an update on the wind companies. With that, I am going to open public comment on the consent agenda.
Betty Winholtz again. I want to refer to A10, which is about who gets to decide about alcohol licenses. And I think that that's something that the council should do because you live here, you know our neighborhoods, and while Mr. Graham is currently, or whoever would be, or the city manager, whoever, may or may not live in our town, they don't know our ways of how we feel about things like that. You know, the tobacco thing's been controversial, the alcohol thing, and it seems to me that that representative to the ABC should be you, the council, because you are of the people, and that you need to represent us and not let it be wherever somebody else might be from. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I will bring it back. AGP, do we have anyone in the queue?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. There are currently no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will ask if anyone wants to pull any items from the consent agenda.
I would like to pull A10.
Okay, anyone else? I'll ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda for A1 through A11, less A10.
I move that we approve the consent agenda A1 through A11 minus A10.
And a second, please.
I second.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I second.
Thank you. And are we good with the voice vote?
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And with that, I will turn it over to Councilmember Landrum, A10.
Well, I'm glad that Ms. Winholtz spoke the way she did, because I had already determined that we should talk about this. I feel like it's important for the council to be able to weigh in on these licenses. I personally, my experience, I've had a restaurant. I feel like they can help your business to have different kinds of liquor licenses, either a beer and wine or a full bar license. And I think I didn't think about it, but I think she's right. It's important that people who live in the city are able to make these decisions, and I would be interested in knowing what the other women up here felt.
Any comments from anyone?
I guess my question, Councilmember Landrum, is how do you see that process happening? If it was something placed with us.
I can answer that. I mean, I can answer that the same as you would any other item that's applied for, the same as the process is going to go through community development and the police department, then the final decision comes to council. And not to interrupt, but in Solvang, where I came from originally, there was a saturation problem. And so it did become, where there was a lot of wine bars, a lot of beer pubs, a lot of things. So it did become an item of issue. So, and I know Mr. Heller brought it to our attention also. So with that, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I appreciate that information because I was just trying to understand what that would look like and why specifically. So thank you.
So community development would still weigh in, and the police department would still weigh in, but the decision would be made by council. Questions, comments, anyone? Looking for a motion from you, Councilmember Landrum? Direction? Yes.
I guess my question would be I'm just curious at how often we have these come forward where, I mean, how many licenses approximately do we have? Mr. Graham, come forward. I'm just curious.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Edwards. The issue is coming forward now because ABC has requested that we look at this and identify who would be responsible for authorizing new ABC licenses in the city. Really in the city down on the Embarcadero right now, because that's where the overconcentration comes from. And overconcentration, it comes from the fact that we have restaurants in that location. And so most of the restaurants serve beer and wine, and it's a fairly small area of town. And so we've just sort of reached that threshold, and so ABC's reached out to ask us about, identifying who that authority would be, and that's why we brought this forward to you. We brought it forward with a staff recommendation for being the contact, because we're the contact now. When an ABC license is applied for, ABC reaches out to us, and they're usually sent to myself and or the police chief and both, and we take a look at it. They'll often ask us if it requires a conditional use permit to have one in whatever area they're applying for. We don't have a conditional use permit requirement in the city for ABC licensing, for alcohol licensing, sales, and whatnot. So this is just going to, again, come forward at the request of ABC. If we change the process or we have the council do it, then it's more work on staff, right? We have to write a staff report and bring it forward, and it delays sometimes the opening of a business and those types of things. So that was the idea behind us recommending that staff be the one that issues the license, because any complaints that we get related to an area where ABC licensing are being issued, well, those are going to come in through code enforcement, and those are going to come into the PD for issues that we're having related to alcohol sales and those types of things. We'll get complaints, and we'll be the ones that know. Mayor Wixom, 100% correct. It could go the process that you described, in that we'd still review them, then we would have to write a staff report and bring them forward to you if the desire of the majority of council is to have that brought through this body. So it's up to you what you want to do. We just thought from a staff standpoint, we don't have much of an issue with our folks in town that have beer and wine licenses or ABC licenses. We haven't had an issue to this point, really. And now that we have this brought to our attention from ABC, we thought just keeping it kind of the same as we do now would work just fine. But again, it's entirely up to the council what you would like to do.
Can I ask are they ever denied? Have you ever denied them?
We haven't had to. Usually they're just a lot of times they're just asking us if they need any type of special permit, like a conditional use permit or those types of things. And then sometimes we have to fill out the form that talks about what the zoning is and what the requirement is there. It just depends.
So they haven't ever been denied to this point?
I don't know if in the past we haven't had the issue where we had the overconcentration since I've been here, and they're just now starting. I think maybe even the Police Chief Watkins has one that she's working on right now, I think, from one of our businesses. That's a letter that they're requesting from us for one of them. But it just happens when we get turnover down in that area.
Yeah, my concern is just as a person who had a beer and wine license, like it significantly can positively impact your bottom line, and so I would really want to encourage people to be able to, take advantage of that if possible. So I would hope they're not often denied.
No, I mean, like I said, we haven't issued any response to ABC related to concerns that we have for most of the licenses that we have in town. We haven't really had, but a couple of issues for restaurants that aren't even functioning in the town now.
And I would, I guess I'm not looking to micromanage your job, but by the same token, I have a concern knowing that industry too, between being in food service and restaurants and bars and those things, that I don't want to have the problem come to us after the fact. And so I think it's, writing a staff report isn't that big a deal for you guys to do, for it to come to council for approval. I don't think that's really a hindrance for us to have an opportunity to weigh in on the saturation level. I think that obviously, like you said, they're asking us to do this at some level because they're recognizing that there could be a problem based on the restaurants and those things.
Yeah, and you can see it happen in larger cities.
Mhm.
You know, that's one of the concerns. You get an overconcentration of things like liquor stores and stuff, and it creates a problem potentially with it. And we certainly, that's not the issue we have here. We simply have a lot of restaurants.
I see it happen with wine bars, and knowing that we have interest in that continuing and building, I think, that could be definitely an issue coming forward, so.
Is this for all liquor licenses or just beer and wine?
No, it's just for licenses in the area where the overconcentration takes place. It's not citywide.
Oh, okay.
It would be down, it's literally in the area of the waterfront.
Okay.
So my understanding is ABC uses a formula that's based on number of licenses per population. And if your population remains fairly stable, but you continue to get new restaurants and additional licenses, you eventually hit this tipping point. And it sounds like we've reached that tipping point on the waterfront. So if council decides that you want to make these determinations in the future, any new licenses that increase the number in that area would have to come before council.
Yeah, I think I feel better about that than finding out about it after the fact, but I'll leave it to the council will.
I guess I would, no one else needs to weigh in on this? I move that council have the authorization to designate itself, how would I say that, as the officer for determination of public convenience or necessity for persons premises applying for an alcoholic beverage control ABC license. Yeah, is that right?
I'll second it.
Councilmember Barton?
No, I think I want to leave it like it is.
Councilmember Edwards?
This is a really interesting one I had not thought about. And seeing that it's only the waterfront, no, I'll go with bringing it before us. I'll be a yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item B1, public hearing. And this will be Public Works. Mr. Qualick.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have a presentation from Ms. Janine Burlingame, Management Analyst of the Public Works Department, who oversees solid waste-related items.
Thank you and good evening. Our city's municipal code, as well as a couple of different government code sections, address the collection of delinquent solid waste accounts and providing for the ability of the city to be able to collect those delinquent fees as charges against the property. So what both the municipal code and a couple of those government code sections do is outline some different activities that need to take place ahead of time before the public hearing that we're having tonight. And so I'm going to outline a few of those and then turn it over for the board for discussion. So in our municipal code, the hauler is required to prepare a list of past due accounts. These are accounts that are more than 120 days past due. They then send the property owners a certified letter notifying them of the delinquency, the amounts, and then requesting that those be paid within 45 days. At the end of that 45 days, they present a final list to the city of any accounts that are still remaining owed at that point. And the city has the ability to include an administration fee that is designed to be added to the lien amounts from the garbage company for reasonable costs associated with the city processing these liens with the county. In addition, it notes that the city would submit to the San Luis Obispo County Tax Assessor a certificate that identifies the property owners on that list, as well as the charges that are due. And these would be added to the tax lien in the upcoming cycle. In addition, annually the hauler is supposed to prepare those property lists with the delinquent accounts and submit those to the city. And then what the city does is set a public hearing, which we're doing, one of the things we're going to be doing tonight. And that is in order to receive any objections or protests to those delinquent account fees that are due. And one of the requirements that the city also needs to do is provide a 10-day notice to those property owners. So those were sent on June 1st, and those were sent within 10 days of the hearing via certified mail. So briefly, what you have on that slide is the timeline of those specific items that I just outlined, starting back in the middle of March, where the hauler sent those original letters via certified mail to those delinquent accounts that were more than 120 days due. At the end of May, the hauler had a list of 14 counts that were still remaining due, and they made additional contacts to those individuals to try to get any of them to pay the delinquent fees so that they could be removed from the list before that final list was sent to the city. And during that time, 6 were paid while 8 remain unpaid. And so on May 26th, the city was presented with a list from the hauler for those 8 different accounts, including their parcel number and the lien amounts that would, or the account amounts that would be due. And you'll find that on page, I believe it's page 2 of your staff report. So after that time, the city set a public hearing for tonight and then sent the certified letter to those 8 property owners, notifying them of the amounts that are due, the public hearing date for tonight, and then in addition to that, earlier today, I verified with the garbage company whether any of those 8 accounts had been paid between the time that they provided the list to the city and the public hearing tonight. And they had verified that all 8 are remaining as unpaid. So the recommendation tonight is for, 1, the council to conduct a public hearing to receive the report on the delinquent collection fees. This is an attachment 2 of your staff report, and to hear any objections or protests. To number 2, authorize the addition of the 2% administration fee to the delinquent amounts that are due to the garbage company. And to 3, adopt Resolution 3623 that would authorize the San Luis Obispo County Tax Assessor to assess the amounts plus the 2% administration fee as liens on the properties. And just of note, there's a health and safety code that requires a 2/3 majority vote of the council in order to be able to add those delinquent charges to the tax roll. So with that, I'll turn it over to the council for any questions and a recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Burlingame. Council questions? Council questions? Any council questions? Everyone's good? This is a public hearing item, and I will open public comment on item B1. And seeing no public comment, I will bring it back to council. AGP, do we have anyone in the queue?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. There are currently no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to council for further questions or comments.
I'd like to make a comment, and I want to thank Mr. Carpenter and Ms. Burlingame because they answered. I had a question regarding like above and beyond letters. What did we do to try to get a hold of these folks? And I was told that attempts were made, phone calls were made, and the majority of them they were able to get a hold of by phone. There were a few that they couldn't because the phone numbers were no longer any good. But I appreciate that there was extra effort above and beyond because I was just concerned about that. So I want to thank you for doing that and for getting back to me so quickly with that answer. So I'd like to move forward. If no one else has any more comments, I'd like to move forward with the motion. Okay, I move that we approve staff's recommendation. Let's see here. To, am I on the right thing here? Okay, to conduct a public hearing to receive a report. Let's see, I think I'm reading the wrong thing here, sorry. Okay, to approve the public hearing to report on delinquent solid waste collection accounts and to adopt resolution number 36-23 authorizing San Luis Obispo County assessor to assess amounts due on delinquent solid waste collection accounts as tax liens against the properties.
I'll take a second, please.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Burlingame, thank you for that. That will move on to our business items. Item C1 brings me great pleasure this evening, and I will turn it over to Mr. Carpenter, our interim city manager.
Mayor, members of council, this item deals with an employment agreement between the City of Morro Bay and Yvonne Kimball for your city manager position. So by way of background, the city did hire a professional public sector executive recruiting firm, Mosaic Public, to conduct this recruitment. Mosaic did nationwide advertising. They received quite a few applications. They identified 41 applicants as being eligible for being furthered through this process. Those 41 were screened down by the City Council to 6. City Council went through a 2-day process with the entire council interviewing those 6 candidates, initially all of them, and then finally the 2 finalists the second day. You also engaged the city's executive team to conduct interviews. You engaged a community panel, and you asked 2 current county city managers to meet with the final 2 candidates. And from that process, council identified Ms. Kimball as the preferred candidate. Council then went on to conduct reference and background checks, speaking with former employers and coworkers, and you found that really her combination of experience and her qualifications to match and be the best fit for the City of Morro Bay. With respect to her qualifications, her resume is attached to your staff report, but just briefly, she holds a bachelor's degree, a master's in public administration from the University of Central Florida. She's an accredited city manager through the ICMA, and probably more importantly, she has 15 years of experience being a city manager in 3 different cities in 3 different states. Currently, she is a city manager with the city of Jackson, California, which is in Amador County. She will be joining the city if this item is approved on August 14th. You have successfully negotiated the 2 parties an agreement which is attached to your staff report. You negotiated a salary that's within the current city manager salary range. And if you have any additional questions or want to know any additional details of the agreement, we can speak to those. But that concludes my presentation unless you have any questions. And Ms. Kimball is here in the audience and is available to make comments or answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter, and I'm sure we will invite Ms. Kimball up in a few moments. But before we do that, I will see if we have any council questions of staff. With that, I will open public comment on this item, C1. See no public comment, I will up, Terry. Come on, Terry.
What can I say? You make me sit here. I feel like I have to jump up and say something. I do not know the applicant. I have no business professional or personal relationship with her. The extent of my review of her credentials is limited to the documents that were provided by the city, and I must say I was very impressed. She seems to have the right experience, the right qualifications, and the right history in communities similar to ourselves, having done projects like we know we have coming and have done in the past that are still ongoing. And so I'm excited to see her, meet her, get her on board. I've loved having our interim city manager. I wish he were available to continue on, but we know that's not possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Symes. Anyone else for public comment? AGP, do we have anyone in the queue?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. There are currently no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. I'm excited for this. Do we have any, and Mr. Carpenter, it's bittersweet, I think, from all of us. Any comments, or are we going to move forward? Comments from anyone?
I'm just really excited to welcome Ms. Kimball to our city. And I don't know if this is too much information, but she did disclose to us that she was born in a harbor town, and I think that she's returned to a harbor town, and I think that's just an amazing way how that happened. And so I just want to welcome you and your family to the city of Morro Bay.
Thank you. I think we all echo that. And with that, I'm going to make a motion to approve item C1 and ask for a second.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Motion carries 5-0. And with that, I'd like to invite Ms. Kimball to come up for a few moments, if she could, please. Thank you. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council and staff. Now I was anxiously waiting for the vote and then they come up. But so now really I'm thrilled to be to have been selected as the next city manager for Morro Bay. I'm humbled to accept the responsibility bestowed upon me. Let me thank Mayor and Council for making me feel very welcome from throughout the process. I want to thank City Attorney, Interim City Manager, and City staff for your helpful information throughout this process. And then I also need to thank citizens who came all the way to see me tonight. And seriously, engaged community often corresponds with good decision making. So I'm excited to join the community. And tonight, I do want to recognize my family. Charles, my husband of 21 years, and one of our sons, our middle son, Max. Max just graduated from high school this year, and he's headed to the George Washington University in DC this August. We're really proud of him. Charles and I have two other sons who are not here tonight, but I'm sure you will hear enough about them in your future. I'm very grateful to my family. They are my foundation. They accompany wherever my career takes me. With that, if you don't mind, the council, staff, and audience, could you please give a round of applause to my family? Thank you very much. They did not know that. This is a surprise. So we'll see how they go tonight. Lastly, I would like to thank my current employer and City of Jackson for their kind wishes for my success in Morro Bay. I really appreciate them. I appreciate them very much. I know you have a very long agenda. I don't want to stand between you and your agenda, and I just really excited to join you soon. As I'm preparing to relocate to the city, I wanted the staff and the citizens to know that if you wanted to get hold of me, HR have my contact information. Please feel free to reach out. I know you are in good hands with Mr. Carpenter, but just in case, and I'm there. So thank you again. I will see everybody in August.
Yvonne, can you wait a minute? Yvonne, can you come back up? Should we go down? Thank you, everyone, for giving us that moment. We're going to take a 3-minute break and come back so we can get to these next few items. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. We're going to restart the meeting. So we're going to move on to item C2. And I am going to turn it over to city staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Rachel Hendricks, Human Resources Manager. Tonight's item is the final procedural step in the process of amending the city's contract with CalPERS to implement employee cost sharing for the SEIU and unrepresented employees. Fire and police have previously implemented cost sharing. Cost sharing, as it refers to CalPERS, is when employees contribute a portion of their salary towards the city's employer cost of PERS. Step one of this process was first brought to Council as a consent agenda item on April 25th, which adopted resolutions giving notice of the city's intention to amend our contract with CalPERS to allow for cost sharing for SEIU and unrepresented employees. Step two was brought to Council on May 23rd with the introduction and first reading of Ordinance Number 658, which authorized an amendment to the CalPERS contract to implement cost sharing for employees in the SEIU employee union and unrepresented positions. Step number three was to hold an employee election of all affected employees to vote on the proposed cost sharing. This secret ballot election was approved by a majority vote of employees on June 7th, 2023, and is attached to your council agenda packet. Tonight, staff is recommending the City Council adopt by second reading and by title only with further reading waived, Ordinance Number 658 entitled, An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay, California, authorizing an amendment to the contract between the City of Morro Bay and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System, implementing Section 20516, Employees Sharing Additional Cost, for local members in the Service Employees International Union, unrepresented confidentials, unrepresented management, and unrepresented department heads. If adopted tonight, the intention is to implement cost sharing next month. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. With that, I will ask council for any questions. No questions. Thank you very much. Don't go far. With that, we will open public comment on item C2. Seeing no public comment, I will close public comment on item C2. AGP, do we have anyone in the queue?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. There are currently no raised hands in the queue.
With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to staff for to council for questions of staff. No questions? I will ask for a motion then.
I'd like to move approval of item C2.
And a second, please.
I'll second that.
Madam Mayor, for the ordinance itself, we need to read the full title into the record.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Barton?
So so I'm reading the recommendation. Okay. Staff recommends the City Council adopt by second reading and by title only with further reading waived Ordinance Number 658, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay, California, authorizing an amendment to the contract between the City of Morro Bay and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System, implementing Section 20516, Employees Sharing Additional Cost, for local members in the Service Employees International Union, unrepresented confidential, unrepresented management, and unrepresented department heads.
Now I second it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Appreciate it. With that, we will move on to item C3. This you, Mr. Carpenter?
This is our Assistant City Manager.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. The item before you tonight is your budget adoption, and there are actually 5 action items tonight. So I'm just going to spend a few minutes briefly covering those so we're clear on all 5 items that are before you. So let's see. Just by way of very brief background, as you know, this has been a lengthy process with multiple opportunities for public participation, starting with the City Council goal-setting sessions this spring. Those resulted in the 4 council goals of public infrastructure, economic vitality, housing and homelessness response, and community engagement. And those are the foundation for the budget, as well as the ongoing day-to-day city services that are continuing with this annual budget. And then we have finally reached the final step on this journey here. On this slide, we've had 8 to 10 public meetings about the budget. We took the budget to the Citizens Finance Advisory Committee for additional public input. And then we had, as you know, some lengthy discussions on May 23rd and 24th, 2 budget study sessions where we presented all of the details of the budget. And so for any members of the public who are listening, we're not going to re-present all of that this evening, but that is available as part of that meeting. And of course, the actual budget document itself is linked in the agenda packet tonight. So the 5 items before you include the actual budget adoption, approval of the salary schedule for the fiscal year, approval of a new job classification that's included in the fiscal year 23-24 budget, readoption of the city's investment policy, and the establishment of what's called the GAN limit. And I'll just briefly touch on what each of those 5 action items are. And your recommended actions include all 5. So first, budget adoption, just as a reminder, this is, of course, what gives staff authorization to spend and to collect revenue. The expenditure budget proposed totals $56.1 million, not including transfers between funds. And that's broken down into $36.6 million for operations. That's day-to-day city programming and services, and then $19.5 million for capital improvement projects. The revenue budget totals $45.9 million approximately, and the difference between those is coming from available fund balance to support one-time capital work. So this is a balanced budget with operating surpluses in all of the funds and robust reserves in accordance with council reserve policies. The resolution before you tonight also authorizes staff to carry forward unexpended capital budget and Federal American Rescue Plan Act budget from prior years. And that's consistent with the council resolution to adopt the budget annually, in recognition that those projects are multi-year efforts. So there are no budget changes tonight from the proposed budget that was presented in May. And the resolution has 3 typos, just for full transparency, that are going to be corrected in the narrative with no impact to the numbers. So that's the first item. The second item before you tonight is the approval of the salary schedule, which outlines all of the salaries for all of the city paid positions. This implements cost of living adjustments, which are referred to as COLAs, in the memorandums of understanding that council approved previously. They're 2-year memorandums of understanding that council approved with all of the employee groups to govern this fiscal year. So this year includes the 4% cost of living adjustment, and that is built into the budget numbers that you're adopting as well, that you're considering for adoption. And then the third item is the approval of a new job classification. All city job classifications, as you know, are approved by City Council. There's one proposed new classification for fiscal year 23-24, and that's the Public Works Inspector classification. That position ensures that projects in the public right-of-way are completed safely and to standards, specifications, and regulations, and the costs of that position are already built into the proposed budget. Fourth, before you tonight is the readoption of the city investment policy. So the city has a number of fiscal policies. They are all summarized in the budget document, and they are all posted in their entirety on the city's website. State law requires that council review the investment policy annually. We're not recommending any changes to the policy this year, but I do want to make sure that it's clear what the policy does. And so the existing policy is consistent with state law. There are a lot of restrictions around how cities can invest funds, with safety being the primary priority, given that these, of course, are public dollars, liquidity being the second priority, and yield as the third priority after safety and liquidity. The policy identifies the positions in the city that are permitted to invest funds. It identifies internal controls and standards of care for those funds, and it outlines specifically our allowable investment types. Again, that's in accordance with state law. So that's the fourth option or action tonight. And then finally, the fifth action is setting the GAN limit. And this is another state law that is intended to limit our expenditure of tax proceeds so that cities limit the growth of tax-funded programs. This is a law that was passed in California in 1978, and so it takes the base year data from 1978 to 79, adjusts it for inflation each year, and the State Department of Finance sends us a letter that says, here's how much your appropriation limit increases. So for fiscal year 23-24, what that means is we're legally allowed to collect and spend up to $34.2 million of taxes. We're not anywhere close to that limit. So the proposed budget projects approximately $17.5 million in tax revenues, which is just about 51% of our appropriation limit. So that just, the resolution in your packet just memorializes that that is our limit and that we are well underneath it. And with that, the 5 recommendations are before you, and we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thank you to your staff as well as all of the City Hall staff for their work on this budget. And we appreciate the time you've put into it. It's been challenging, I know, with trying to predict some of these costs as inflation hits us. So with that, I will open council questions. Any council questions? No council questions? With that, I will open public comment on this item. Seeing no public comment, I will close public comment. AGP, do we have anyone in the queue for this?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. There are currently no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you very much. With that, I will close public comment, bring it back to council for comments. Any comments? No comments? This is just going right through. This is just unheard of. It's what a fine job you've done. Thank you. With that, I will ask for a motion, and I believe you need each of those read. Is that correct? Each of those recommendations for resolutions. Is that correct, Mr. Newmeyer? Or Ms. Swanson?
Given no resolutions, it's not necessary to read that. You could just move to approve staff recommendation.
Thank you very much for that clarification. With that, I'll ask for a motion.
I would like to make a motion that I move that we adopt C3 and adopt staff's recommendations.
Thank you. In a second, please.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And thank you again, Ms. Johnson-Rios and everyone. Okay, with that, we are moving on to C4. And I am going to turn this over to Public Works, and I believe we're going to see a short presentation. Is that correct? And I would just share with all of you out there, I use the word short, that for us up here, we have seen it 3 times. So this will be our 4th. So please don't feel we're not engaged in the video.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, the public. We do have a presentation tonight. I can't say it's short, but we did make it as thorough as possible. We just want to put all the information out there, so I'll jump right in. Next slide, please. Oh, I should have that clicker. So I'd like to briefly outline how we see staff's role in this process. The staff that's here now, we saw our role as engaging the public. We've done that, and we'll go through some slides talking about what we did and what the results were. Our role is also to understand the concerns of the City Council and the community and our regional partners, questions and concerns. From my standpoint, we strive to remain neutral, but also answer questions honestly. And I think council is due good information from staff. That's our job. That's what we do. But ultimately, whatever council decides tonight, it's our job as staff to implement your direction with vim and vigor. Next. That's inside joke there.
Not words you hear in a staff report very often.
So we also have some partnering agencies, and I'm going to ask Paul Valadeo from Caltrans to come up. He's a project manager in District 5 here in San Luis Obispo, and he'll briefly talk about Caltrans' role in this project.
Thank you, Greg, and Council. Thanks for having me here. So as Caltrans, we are, of course, the state Department of Transportation, and knowing that the intersection in question here intersects two state routes, State Route 1 and State Route 41, we know that it's a vital and important two routes for not just the city but also the region. And the California Environmental Quality Act is, of course, our state environmental law, and we are the lead agency in this project for that by statute. And also, we've given our stewardship agreement with the Federal Highway Administration. We are also the National Environmental Policy Act, the federal law, assigned agency. So we function as FHWA in that regard. As much as we very much are excited about this collaboration and opportunity to make these improvements on this important intersection, in the end of it all, we would be the facility owner and operator for its life after the construction project. And we act as an agency that oversees the work being done by the city's team, really shoulder to shoulder in partnership. And so that's our role.
Thank you, Mr. Valadeo. And Mr. Valadeo will be here for questions at the end of the presentation. And next up, our other very important partner on this project is the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments, and we have John D'Annunzio here to briefly talk about their role.
Right. Good evening, Mayor Wixom and City Council. I'm John D'Annunzio. I'm staff. I'm a regional transportation planner with the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments. There are 12 members that make up the Joint Powers Regional Transportation Planning Agency, of which, Mayor Wixom, you sit on our board as we convene. And we are keepers of the Regional Transportation Plan and the Regional Policy Agency for Transportation Decision-Making, funding, and programming. We also report to the state and the federal government the performance measures. So when we receive federal money and state money through the gas tax subventions, we are obligated to report back how those monies are being spent according to their policies. And so with this project, we have been for years a funding partner and are here to continue to proceed with the proceedings tonight.
Thank you, Mr. D'Annunzio. And again, Mr. D'Annunzio will be here at the end of the presentation to answer any questions. Tonight's goals, briefly, staff will summarize community concerns and kind of what led to them, review some decision criteria for the City Council on what to do with this intersection, and then ultimately receive City Council direction. pre-2023 public engagement. We gathered as much as we could. We know there's more out there, but just want to give a picture. This project, and by this project I mean intersection improvements generally at the 141 Main intersection, went to City Council in 2012. Morro Bay High School was briefed in September of 2015. It went to the PWAB in 2015. Had a SLOCOG public hearing in 2015. City Council in 2015. A second one at SLOCOG in 2015 was part of a 2016 City Council goal setting meeting. Went twice in 2016 back to PWAB, and then ultimately we approved a contract with GHD in 2016. And this year we crammed a lot of public engagement into basically a month. So staff met with the Student Senate at Morro Bay High School. We had a community meeting. We did a Morro Bay High School survey. We also did a community survey. Both of those were online. We had a PWAB meeting last month. We met briefly with the Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Committee last week, and here we are at City Council. I'll go through these in a little bit more detail so everyone has an idea really what we were doing. We met with, I would say, maybe 7 or 8 members of the Student Senate at the high school. There was general consensus that something needed to be done at this intersection. They shared some testimonies of near misses between cars and pedestrians. And they shared concerns about drivers, that drivers were sometimes trying to beat them, and so speeding up before they could enter the crosswalk. Certainly not an ideal situation. They also described traffic backups in the mornings. That meant that they had to leave earlier to get to school. They did share initially concerns about roundabout safety as we chatted about it. And we chatted about all the alternatives with them. But then ultimately, the Student Senate had basically full consensus about the roundabout after they learned more information about it. We had a community meeting on the 10th of May, and that was at the community center. It was a lot of fun. There was general consensus and staff's observation that folks think something needs to be done. There were a lot of questions about the roundabout, and as I mentioned earlier, you know, our responsibility is to provide folks with good information, so we tried to answer those questions honestly. We did find that there was a low trust expressed about student pedestrians at that meeting. And so, you know, one observation is there's an interesting dynamic happening where students don't feel comfortable with drivers at the intersection, drivers don't feel comfortable with the students at the intersection. So that's something we certainly want to look at in the future, or as part of a design of whatever project gets implemented. What came about at that meeting was that pedestrian safety was the top priority of the folks who showed up there. Option 4, not really an option, but it's something that came up. This is an idea that we can remove the off-ramp, the northbound off-ramp that exits the 1 onto Atascadero Road or Route 41. That's not an option because that is not consistent with how Caltrans does state route to state route interchanges. So Caltrans does not allow or does not like folks to exit their highway and go down a stretch of, let's say, City Road to then get to another highway. They already have a functional interchange there. They have no intention of changing that or removing the off-ramp. It is something that former council member Red Davis asked them about in the past. Some context, Red was a Caltrans engineer for many years. And he received the answer that he was expecting to receive, which was not an option. So staff is not considering it an option because we already know it's not an option. So the 3 options we're presenting tonight are all very realistic and have their own pros and cons that we'll be talking about later. Morro Bay High School survey, we did that through the month of May. That went out in 4 emails. Morro Bay High School has Friday emails, and in that email was a link to click on that folks could go and complete a survey. So general consensus, something needs to be done. I think that was the one where it was like 2% thought nothing should be done. Roundabout was favored for cars and for congestion and traffic. A double signal was favored for pedestrians in that survey. The community survey, which was done between May and June, again, consensus that something needed to be done, less so. In that survey, it was more like 15% didn't think anything needed to be done. So 6 or 7 to 1 there. Roundabout, again, was favored for cars and traffic and congestion. A double signal was favored for pedestrians. We had a PWAB meeting, and there was consensus there that something needed to be done. Certainly, we had speakers, many speakers come out against a roundabout, and that included 2 high school students, not members of the Student Senate, but 2 high school students that came out and gave their 3 minutes and gave very good arguments against the roundabout. And that kind of all worked its way into PWAB's decision. PWAB had unanimous support for the roundabout. They recommended a roundabout in a motion at a vote of 5 to 2. The 2 who voted against were not against the roundabout, and they've been clear about that, but they wanted to include specific design elements that had specific safety features that staff asked them not to do, because we are going to look, regardless of the choice tonight, staff is going to be looking at pedestrian safety options regardless of the alternative that's chosen. And there may be better options than the ones PWAB brought up, or new ones that we haven't thought of. So it just wasn't appropriate for the motion. 2 of the PWAB members disagreed with that, and that's why we had a 5-2 vote. So I did want to mention some of the suggested pedestrian safety elements that came up that night. One was eliminating some crosswalks, specifically on the southwest corner of the intersection. Just don't let anyone walk to that corner, and that way you can control the flow of pedestrians a bit better. And that seemed to be regardless of the alternative chosen. Flashing beacons, those are the poles with the lights on them, so when a pedestrian is in the road, everyone stops. A diagonal crosswalk was an interesting suggestion. This is something that's common in some larger cities. There's a lot of diagonal, or there would be some diagonal traffic if a signal was there, and you can have one sequence where folks get to cross diagonally. So if they're at the Chevron, they can cross diagonally and go straight to school that way. Something that came up also at PWAB was the Sky Bridge idea and the tunnel idea. The tunnel idea is just not an option, because we would be digging deeply into a culturally resource-rich area that, frankly, it would just be impossible. The Sky Bridge is an option, but possibly cost prohibitive. It is something staff would look at during the design phase. Idea of a crossing guard came up, and then if the decision was a roundabout, possibly speed bumps as drivers approach the roundabout. Chamber of Commerce. So staff went to Chamber of Commerce last week. Their position generally is that they don't support projects, but they do support policies, so that they didn't give specific input on this project, but we did receive questions about safety, feasibility, and congestion at that intersection, and we answered those questions. And some observations so far. There is a very high level of community engagement about this project. We saw that at the PWAB meeting, at this meeting tonight. The community meeting had over 70 folks come out. There seems to be, from staff's perspective, consensus to do something, notwithstanding many emails that came in yesterday and today that are maybe turning a different direction. That's the first we're seeing that as far as going through this public engagement process. Many, many vocal opponents and proponents of a double signal, many vocal opponents and proponents of a roundabout, many vocal opponents and proponents of a no-build alternative. So that's what we're dealing with. And the 3 main concerns that we've heard of, regardless of the alternative, are pedestrian safety, feasibility, and in that feasibility, we really mean cost and funding, and congestion. But there are other considerations. We would be remiss if we didn't talk about them. We're not going to go too deeply into them tonight, but Caltrans is a consideration, as mentioned earlier in the presentation. Caltrans is the owner of the state highways. They ultimately have say in what gets implemented there. In a no-build scenario, there's really nothing for Caltrans to say because we're not doing anything differently. In a double signal alternative, they may say something because as part of the intersection control evaluation done in 2016, it turned out to not be the preferred alternative per the Caltrans process. And so that is something we'd have to work with them on if council did choose the double signal alternative. I believe they're open to it, but you know, it is a hurdle we'd have to jump over. The roundabout alternative, you know, obviously they'd also have to approve that as well. There's the public opinion aspect of this that council should be considering, and I'm sure you all are. Each council member has a different perspective on that. Different folks are coming to them. Staff is not making any judgments about that tonight. There's a beautification aspect or opportunity that comes with this project, regardless of the alternative, from improving striping to a big welcome to Morro Bay sign to landscaping, et cetera. And so that is a consideration that we really won't be reviewing tonight, but we'd be looking more in design phase. And there's also a perception / education consideration. I mentioned tonight that dynamic between students and drivers at the intersection. There are lots of perceptions out there that, you know, based on the data that'll be presented tonight, it's just inconsistent. And so, it does seem that this is something to think about as the City Council makes a decision. Are improvements needed? Well, the project has a history that dates back to 1988, and by that I mean the general project of doing something at the intersection. There's a configuration issue here. We have a state route to state route situation. It's sort of an awkward configuration that was acknowledged in the circulation element that was put out in 1988 and has been acknowledged since then by many. There's a collision history at this intersection. It currently has the most collisions by the data. It did not back in the 80s, and I keep bringing up the 80s because I just happened to look at that report today. There definitely is congestion at this intersection. It's the most congested area of the city except for the Embarcadero during peak tourist season. Certainly if we could do something about that, we would, and we may in the future. There's a pedestrian access issue to Morro Bay High School. It's the gateway to the city, and there are many funding opportunities. So those are all considerations going into that question about whether improvements are needed. Brief project history. I mentioned in the circulation element, there was an acknowledgement that the intersection would get worse over time, and there were some predictions that actually did come true, that it would eventually fail. That circulation element had some ideas that did not include the roundabout. The roundabout was not in vogue in the 80s. They talked about a signal. They talked about removing an off-ramp, as is still a discussion today in the community. They also talked about creating a very awkward hook ramp system that would feed directly into Main Street on both sides of Atascadero Road and essentially eliminate the on and off ramps direct connection to Atascadero Road. So it'd be one intersection instead of two. None of those things happened. They did talk about planning for improvements between the years 1990 and 1995. So again, over 35-year history of talking about improving this intersection. There was a project initiation document done by the city for Caltrans in 2001. That included participation from the city, SLOCOG, Caltrans, and Duke Energy, and there were a couple of reasons for that that were brought up in the report. One was that Duke Energy had some facilities that they were looking at building as part of their operations, and they felt it would be necessary to expand the capacity of that intersection. The city also felt that it needed to be expanded to help future flow and congestion issues there. And then again in 2014, the city jumped into an intersection control evaluation. That's ICE, step one. Step one is kind of a broad look at an intersection about what's possible in terms of footprints and geometry. And then step two was completed by the city in 2016. Again, this is a Caltrans process. And step two is when we look at different alternatives and we insert traffic flows into it, and that evaluation spits out a preferred alternative. And that's just the same slide. Oh, and sorry, I have two duplicate slides there. But and then in 2021, a recommendation, I believe, for a roundabout on the east side, or possibly an intersection, a signalized intersection on the west side, popped up in the Plan Morro Bay circulation element. Obviously, not both concurrently, but one or the other, depending on which intersection we wanted to address. This is an overview of the ICE that the city prepared, and this is the scoring. So it looked at design features, operations in the year 2030, operations in the year 2040, and an X is sort of a vote in favor of either the signal or roundabout, and 2 X's is 2 votes. And so only a signal and roundabout were considered as part of that ICE. And it also looked at life cycle analysis. Ultimately, the Caltrans process resulted in 16 points for a roundabout and 13 for a double signal alternative. This is significant because as we look to work with Caltrans on a solution, should we go with a double signal alternative, there may be challenges to that, funding challenges, and just even a challenge of doing it at all. And if there's questions about that, we could have the representative from Caltrans speak to that later. But essentially, Caltrans sees this as their science. They're a data-driven organization. And so when they're looking at decision-making, they look at the data. And so their data, or the data that was presented during this ICE, resulted in the preferred alternative as being the roundabout. At this point, I'm going to kick it over to our consultant from GHD. He'll provide more information about the intersection and the pros and cons analysis.
Good evening, council and members of the community. Thanks for having me. I grew up here, so this is very meaningful to participate in this project. So this is a picture of the site. We haven't seen a lot of that yet. We've talked about the process that we've gone through, but I'm going to try to dive into the details of the project. And I think Greg was going to talk about this, but I'll jump into it. The status of the project and the process that we follow, again, includes preliminary engineering. So not final details, but some rough concepts. And that leads to an environmental impact. And then we can assess what kind of impacts we might have with this project. That's going on, that's been going on. The cultural resources were the biggest challenge for us, and it actually changed the environmental document. We did spend lots of time coordinating with the Native Americans, and we believe we have passed that hurdle. The next step would be council and the community have weighed in, so we need to review the alternatives so we can define a project for the environmental document. Once that's complete, Caltrans will review our preliminary environmental document and give us feedback. We've received a lot of feedback so far. The cultural resources part, again, was where we got the most feedback, and we've crossed that hurdle. Caltrans and FHWA will grant authority to proceed with Task 2 once our environmental document is accepted. Normally, in this case, because of some funding obligations and constraints, they've allowed us to do those 2 processes concurrently if we choose to. And Task 2 would be the final design, to design the drawings, design the plans, and put it out to bid for construction, hopefully. So the cultural resources analysis is something that popped up on the environmental document that we wanted to highlight for the group. The challenge there was this is one of the only nationally registered prehistoric archaeology sites in our county. I would say in our state, actually. Working through the nuances of Caltrans process, we've identified the resource through research, But then we had to do some field verification and then talk to the potential impacted tribes for what kind of mitigation would be expected to make sure those impacts are minimized. So regardless of the alternative, we're going to impact them, and we know the mitigation that they expect. This is a list of technical reports that were drafted for the project for both alternatives, and it requires various specialties. I'm not going to go through each one, but we just wanted to list those out. These are all requirements with CEQA and NEPA that Paul talked about a little earlier, and we're moving our way through that. The cultural resources seem to be the most difficult one. This is the project schedule, what has been completed, the duration of those tasks and when they were completed, and then what's on the horizon. We're currently in the PA and ED phase, so that's the first 5 tasks. We'd like to complete that and move into PS&E because that's the gateway to construction. So the 60% design would be occurring in this next fiscal year, and the 100% would follow shortly thereafter with the final PS&E and bidding the year after. Something that hasn't begun yet, but tends to be a critical path milestone is right-of-way acquisitions. So we have not engaged with any property owners that would be impacted. They were invited to the public outreach meetings to give us feedback, but we're not allowed to really start that process till the environmental document is certified. Sometimes that can take 12 to 18 months, depending on the property owner affected. And ultimately, construction would be the last task in the schedule. We anticipate it to take about a year, regardless of alternatives. So now we're going to dive into the project and show some graphics of the layout and the different criteria that we're trying to measure the alternatives by. The first criteria would be congestion, which is primarily delays that the public experiences when they go through this intersection. The next criteria is collisions. We have accident data, and we have some graphics and some statistics on conflicts that might occur depending on the alternative. The feasibility of the project includes cost, that's going to be discussed, but the properties that could be impacted, the environment that would be impacted, and ultimately delivering the project through completion. Funding will be part of that. So I'm not sure how to hit play on this. If I hit a button, I wanted to show some recent drone footage that we obtained. It's about 30 seconds long, and it's an example of some of the problems here. This is the morning commute. And what I noticed was in the evening is actually more backed up on the 41 coming towards the coast. But in the morning, it's primarily the high school students trying to turn left, either through the stop sign or the off-ramp. I've noticed on this one, it's pretty common, but that off-ramp's blocked by traffic quite often. So it's hard to turn left, and that's why it backs up. So people are choosing Main Street. So in traffic engineering circles, we call it level of service. We grade it A to F. There's criteria on the right-hand side. Basically, A is you're going to flow through the intersection unimpeded. B, you're going to have some delays. You're going to have some conflicts with other cars, pedestrians. C, those conflicts become larger and backups start occurring. We still view all 3 of these as acceptable level of services from the traffic community because they function well and don't necessitate improvements. Once you get in the D through F, that's where congestion starts blocking intersections. There's difficulty crossing roads and turning left. People start taking risks. Accidents start occurring, and the delays start getting untenable. Once you get down to F, people will find another way, and people start to find another way up in the D level, whatever that means, U-turns on the highway or other measures to get through the intersection. So when we did the recent update to the traffic counts and the traffic report, we're finding that much like the, the circulation element predicted in 88, that things have gotten worse and continue to get worse. We're at a level of service D at the Main Street stop sign, and we're at a level of service F in the morning on the off-ramp, and I think that's the high school students turning left. The evening, not as many people are going that way. The collisions, we compared it to what we thought was the other major intersection in Morro Bay, the Morro Bay Boulevard roundabout. And if you count the collisions in the last 5 years at these two intersections, which function as one, we have about 23 accidents in 5 years, and the other main intersection in Morro Bay has 9. So it seems to be becoming evident that the collisions are increasing. So on the congestion front, we polled the community on what their biggest concerns were, and we do have the other item. It was kind of a write-in vote for whatever you think is an issue there, but by far the biggest issue is congestions. The fourth one was labeled incorrectly. I'd have to go back to the slide. That was, I don't recall. I'll have to look at that afterwards if you want to ask that question. No, I think that's, they don't avoid the intersection. So we said, why do you avoid the intersection? And most people don't avoid it. But of the concerns, and they could click more than one answer, their biggest concern was congestion.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers, could you repeat that, please?
Okay, the one that said no concern, the question that we rephrased because it wasn't visible on the slides was, do you avoid the intersection? And if so, why? So most people don't avoid it. If some people can't, but most people don't avoid it. And I think we mislabeled that when we tried to change the scale so it was bigger for you guys. So the biggest vote was most people don't avoid it. And of the things that were concerning, congestion was the largest, safety was second, and then people were writing in votes on the other.
Mr. Rogers, I agree with you, but the no concern, so respondents had 4 options: other, I avoid the intersection for safety concerns, I avoid the intersection for congestion, or I don't avoid the intersection. If you put safety concerns and congestion together, it actually does surpass the folks who don't avoid the intersection. And we can pull that, the exact question, so council could see it. Shortened these at my instruction because my concern was no one would be able to see this during the meeting because of the TVs. And so, yeah, we just didn't do a final review of what's there.
As far as the question goes, do people avoid it? Most people don't avoid it. And then the ones that do avoid it because of congestion, safety, and other reasons. So the congestion-wise, the intersection's technically failing as far as the level of service goes. It's going to get longer as far as delays go over time when population grows. The double signal surprisingly actually increases congestion. There's going to be longer delays if a double signal is implemented. And we're finding the roundabout has a lifespan of over 20 years. We haven't modeled more than the 20 years, but we know it can handle more than 20 years and likely most population growth in the foreseeable future. Similar projects built double signals and are planning roundabouts after 15 or 20 years. So that's what we're seeing around the county. We did a comparison summary of all the low level service calculations we did for the opening year, which would be 2025, and the design year, which is what we look at 20 years out from that. And the no build at the ramp is failing today and isn't getting better. The no build at the stop sign is at level of service D and would escalate to E in 20 years. The double signal would be operating at E from opening day and would start to fail in 20 years. And the roundabout alternative opens with an A/B grade for AM/PM and ends up being a B in 20 years. So an example of other areas around the county that have double signals near off-ramps and frontage roads. Paso Robles did complete a double signal in 2007, and they're now planning 2 roundabouts. So they're investing in it twice. The Morro Bay roundabout seems to be functioning well on a congestion standpoint. We've heard feedback that pedestrians have some discomfort walking around there, and modern roundabouts have a lot of measures that can be added that would improve the pedestrian experience. So let's see if this survey works a little better on this one. What improvements are needed? So when we asked the community what improvements were needed, there were some write-in votes, but many people selected pedestrian improvements and congestion. So we're seeing that community definitely has prioritized the PEDs. We hear that at the meetings too. And the no-build alternative, the current stop sign doesn't have a lot of pedestrian facilities out there. So that seems to be concerning and why everyone's asking us to do something. There's increasing collision rates over time because of the close proximity of the intersections and the congestion. And we wanted to reiterate, PWAB definitely recommended adding traffic safety measures in general. So this is a graphic that illustrates the different conflicts that a pedestrian and car would experience when crossing the crosswalk. And as you're crossing the crosswalk at a stop sign, there could be 5 different movements that cars would take that you would have to keep an eye out for. And the cars making those movements would need to cross the crosswalk 5 different ways. And they may not be looking at the crosswalk, they might be looking at traffic. At a double signal, the number of conflicts is reduced to 3 because we're controlling legally the way people can go, the different directions they can go. So we only have 3 conflicts with the double signal. And with the roundabout, you're going to get 1 conflict whenever you enter the crosswalk, and you're only looking one direction. And the way these crosswalks are set back from the roundabout, cars aren't dealing with trying to process traffic flow and pedestrian flow at the same time. They're looking at the PEDs, in this case, second after they exit the roundabout. The other direction, you'll be looking at the pedestrians first before you enter the roundabout. So you're only looking for pedestrians at that moment that you're crossing the crosswalk. Nationwide statistics show that the collisions are reduced by 1/3, injuries are reduced by 3/4, fatalities are almost eliminated, and pedestrian collisions are 40% lower with roundabouts versus signals. The fatality statistics seem to correlate with the speed of travel, and roundabouts, because of the curves, you enter the roundabout, you slow down, you're going 15 to 20 miles an hour, and pedestrian fatalities are 20% likely if a pedestrian's hit at that speed. At an intersection with a signal, there's nothing stopping you from going through there full speed, so you're going to be going through there faster, and fatality chances are much higher. This is a graphic for the roundabout option and what a pedestrian might be looking for as they work their way through the roundabout. And one of the points it makes is you're going to spend a small amount of time in these crosswalks when you're crossing the street. They're shorter, and you're only looking in one direction for cars. And we've heard concerns about refuge islands, so we wanted to add that refuge islands nationwide reduce crashes with pedestrians by 32%. And to reiterate some of PWAB's recommendations, we added a slide that just brainstorms some accommodations that could be added to either option for pedestrian accommodation. One of the easy ones is retro-reflective signage that's really visible at night. That includes striping and wayfinding to help guide people as they enter the city. Flashing beacons are very common these days also, that would be initiated by the pedestrian before they cross the crosswalk, which then alerts cars to kind of keep their eyes up and look for them. Raised crosswalks are becoming quite common with roundabouts or not. It serves as a speed bump and it lifts the pedestrians up a little higher. You can add some striping that jumps out at you for nighttime also. But raised crosswalks might be a unique addition to this, regardless of alternative. It was mentioned to add speed bumps. We would look into that. The curves of a roundabout tend to slow cars down because they have a hard curb. But speed bumps could be looked into. Bulb outs might be a nice option for a signal. It would reduce the crosswalk width. You normally lose parking lanes that we don't have here, but bike lanes might be reduced, and it basically shortens the crosswalk and the time you spend out in traffic, and it makes the pedestrian more visible. I did like the idea of eliminating some crosswalks. If you look at the current layout, I don't know if there's a laser pointer on here. I'll try. No. But there is not a crosswalk on the west leg right now. It seems to work fine like that. I think it's a really good idea, regardless of alternative. Rumble strips could be used. Those normally are added for high-speed roads to keep you from veering off the road, but we could look into rumble strips. Refuge islands would be added to the roundabout. Potentially, some center islands could be looked at if there is a signal. Crossing guard was discussed. It's not uncommon around schools. The Skybridge tunnel option would certainly be looked at. We think it would be expensive, so if we could do it without causing any issues to the pedestrians without that, I think the city would benefit. A diagonal crosswalk, we mentioned already, would reduce the number of conflict points that pedestrians have to deal with. Cost is definitely a major consideration for the city and the community and the partnering agencies. So there's no expense if you leave the current stop sign as is. The reason we went down this road was we heard a lot of feedback that we thought we needed to do something. But leaving it as is, there'd be no expense. The signal or the double signal is looking to be $4 to $6 million right now in current dollars. The funding support we have from that is to be determined. I don't know if you wanted to talk about this slide. I don't remember. Okay. So we don't have a commitment for the double signal from partner agencies at this point. We anticipate that they would make an argument for it. The roundabout would be $8 to $12 million in construction costs. We currently have $6 million in slow cog funding. I think we're going to get into that in more detail later. Life cycle costs, what's the community cost? It's more than construction, so we can jump into that. And in general, life cycle costs to consider would be delays related to congestion and collision rates that society experiences, which is not something you always think about when you're looking at a capital improvement project. So we summarize life cycle costs for the three alternatives that we reviewed. And in this case, the collision costs, the delay costs that society experiences, environmental costs, fuel, operations and maintenance. Ultimately, the no build does pencil out to be cheaper if that's favored by the community and the council. The signal and the roundabout are actually almost the same when you look at all the costs society experiences. And these are the inputs and the formulas that Caltrans uses to try to put a cost to the number of collisions that people experience and the delays that people experience. Feasibility for the project was the last topic. It's our ability to deliver it, to make it happen. There's no impacts obviously, to the no-build alternative to the environment or the businesses. The double signal would have some right-of-way impacts and improvement impacts to the environment. And there is a funding gap for the roundabout. We're going to talk about that more, but that seems to be a hurdle, and there is going to be more right-of-way acquisition with the roundabout. The benefits of the roundabout, as far as cost and feasibility goes, it would have a longer lifespan. So there's a pretty good argument on the grant funding for a roundabout. Is this where I hand it off?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. And if the City Council, in the questions portion of the presentation, would like some more information about how some of the pedestrian accommodations would work, we'd be happy to pull up one of the diagrams and talk that through a little bit. And I'd also ask Mr. Rogers to look up that question, if you could, so we can get clarification from the survey. So let's talk about alternatives here. John went over them in a little bit. I'll go over them in a bit more detail. For the no-build alternative, as John mentioned, there's no funding needed in the short term. What we'd want to do there is look at our local road safety plan to see if there's any pedestrian improvements we could make there. One bonus of that alternative is that we can pull back the $1.2 million in Q&E and use it for other things. However, the city, in the budget that the City Council just approved, there is about $1 million in restricted funding that is for this intersection, for enhancements to the intersection to accommodate greater flows. The fate of that funding, if we go with the no-build alternative, is uncertain. It could be lost. If we did go with a no-build alternative, the city would formally notify SLOCOG of that, and obviously they'd pull back their commitments to funding enhancements at this intersection. But again, we would, as a city, look at pedestrian enhancements down the line. Funding for the double signal, again, we expect that to be between $3 and $6 million. It still has many of the same environmental challenges with cultural resources. It still has some right-of-way and acquisition challenges, though less than the roundabout. We currently would have a $0 to $3.8 million funding gap, depending on how much it winds up costing and how much SLOCOG is willing to participate in the costs. The city share would be at least $2.2 million, which is already budgeted now that the council passed the budget for the next fiscal year. The city would have to go to SLOCOG in August and request that the funding that was previously committed for a roundabout to be applied for a double signal. And we've had multiple conversations with SLOCOG staff, who, again, are not the decision makers. The SLOCOG board are the decision makers. They had previously indicated potential support for funding half of a double signal. That seems a bit less certain now, but certainly the city would make the best case we could to get that money. City is likely to lose some funding, but ultimately it'd be up to the SLOCOG board with the double signal alternative. And with this alternative, I want to be clear, I think there's been some confusion in the community about this. If we don't have the project fully funded, if we go with the double signal, then we're not going to build it. We wouldn't start construction until we had the project funded. Roundabout cost, that should actually say 12 million, I apologize, $8 to $12 million. Current funding gap of $1 to $4 million. The city's share is at least $2.2 million. We made a commitment to SLOCOG that we'd fund it at $2.5 million, so we're almost there. If the City Council tonight chooses to go in this direction, the city would request CMAQ funds from SLOCOG in August, which they've invited us to do, should this alternative be the direction of the City Council, of up to $2.5 million. It seems like we have a very good chance of getting that. Just this morning, I think it was, or it was yesterday morning, I forget now, but Caltrans has notified the city that they are making SHOP funds available for pedestrian and lighting improvements at this intersection and the intersection to the west of the highway. That project, they anticipate to cost $6.6 million, and that's Caltrans money. And they've indicated that should the city go with a roundabout alternative, we could see funding of up to $3 million for improvements on the east side. That would be part of our roundabout project. So if we roughly do the math, we already have 5.9 million committed from SLOCOG with a possible 5.5 more. And then with our city share, I apologize, I'm going to do some math in my head. So without the city share, we'd be at around 11.4. With the city share, we'd be at 13.6 if I did my math right. And that's before we've applied for any grants.
Greg, could I ask you a favor?
Yes.
Could you, I know that the AQ is air quality, but could you just describe the
Thank you.
the funding sources?
Congestion mitigation air quality. So that's funding that's based on reduction of greenhouse gases.
Okay. And SHOP stands for?
State Highway Operations Protection Plan.
Okay.
Thank you both. Some grants we'd be looking at is the Active Transportation Program and Safe Routes to Schools. There's some others out there. Those are grants that we'd apply for, again, if we choose the roundabout alternative and we are into design, so we can show funding agencies what we're looking at. I would say that should the city find that its funding exceeds the cost of the project, we can pull back Q&E money back to the city's coffers. And of course, we would use the $1 million of restricted funds in the double signal alternative and in the roundabout alternative for enhancements to this intersection. Again, just as with the double signal, if we don't have funding for construction, we wouldn't start it. And so again, there's been some confusion about that. But our goal would be in either the signal alternative or the roundabout to design it, make sure we have the money, and then start. So with that said, we have some staff findings. We're near the end of the presentation. We found that the engineering and data show that a roundabout is safer for pedestrians. A double signal is cheaper in the short term, though it does come with some higher societal costs, let's call it that way. A roundabout is far superior when it comes to the question about congestion. And the roundabout alternative leverages up to $11.4 million plus, if we start getting grants too, in outside funding. That money is not necessarily guaranteed. That's money we'd be looking for. It's money that at staff level conversations, we've understood that we'd have a very, very good shot at getting that 11.4. So, the staff recommendation, based on public outreach and thorough evaluation of alternatives, staff recommends the City Council recommend the roundabout alternative to Caltrans for approval, and if approved, direct city staff to begin design phase and pursue additional funding opportunities for construction. And with that, we will take questions.
Thank you for that very thorough and lengthy presentation. My dreams of something short and sweet were not going to happen tonight. With that, I will start with questions from council, and I will look to my left to Councilmember Ford. Questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Because it was such a thorough report, I'm going to slash half my list here. So please be patient as I sift through and make sure I'm not repeating things that have already been said. Okay, can I just get an explanation once more about what happens if an intersection repeatedly gets below a C in rating? What is the process, and how long does it take before action has to be taken if we're consistently getting a low grade?
So Paul might be able to step up and add to this answer, but There's no official requirements to do anything at any level. It's just a way to measure the intersection.
The letter A through F is a grade given by level of service. It's the metric we use to determine how much delay each individual driver experiences as traveling to the intersection. So if the average delay is inordinately high, it gets categorically a grade. There's no public works trigger or flashing red button on Greg's desk when there's a level of service F. You know, the fire department doesn't get involved, of course, but hopefully not. But it's just a characterization of how things are flowing, literally, for traffic.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Valadeo. My next question is the process of, I heard a lot of talk about slow cogs, committing to funds, roundabout versus traffic signal. And can I get just some more clarification? Maybe it's from Mr. D'Annunzio or one of our staff on what that looks like if we were to choose not number 3, but 1 or 2 for the options. What does that look like as far as the process goes with slow cogs commitment?
Sure. So at the moment, the project is at SlowCog is titled the Route 141 Interchange Operational Improvement. So that's what we're calling it, and that's what the money has been assigned to, the 5.8 million. So we have every 2 years a funding cycle where our discretionary programming money comes available for the different communities to compete for their projects. And our next funding cycle is coming up just this fall. So and then the decision will be made in December. So come August of this summer, whatever the outcome, we will be asking city staff to come to SlowCog and to present a status of projects, at which point we will present the project to SlowCog board, and then the board will make a decision on what to do with the investment.
Okay, thank you. Let's see here. I did see on one of the slides it mentions, no funding, no project. Does that include any costs that go into the preliminary, like design, all of that? Do we wait for funding to be secured before we start any of that, or are there costs that we have to, that we're spending as a city before we know whether or not we've secured funding and we're moving forward? And what does that look like, essentially?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Ford. It's an important question and a good question. I meant it literally that we won't build anything, we won't make any changes to physical space without securing funding. However, we do have many other phases of the project that, we have one that's underway now and another phase that we'd be entering into called design that we would need to begin. So design is literally creating the blueprints. And then another aspect of that is getting the right-of-way. So we would want to begin those phases. The reason for that is because we become more competitive at obtaining grants when we show that the city is actually designing their preferred alternative. Currently, the way it's set up with the SlowCog money, the 5.9 that we do have a commitment for right now, is set up for construction. So to fund design, we would look at spending the money, that $1 million pot of restricted funds for this intersection, for enhancements at this intersection, and or requesting SlowCog to change their funding to allow for it to fund design. So we would have both of those options available to us to fund design. And then once we begin design, we do more public engagement through PWAB and the City Council, and we would be applying for grants for funding for construction.
Can I have you repeat the part about going back to SLOCOG and asking for them to help us with the design cost versus just construction? And I'm only asking that because I'm curious if we do move forward with a recommendation for a roundabout or for a double traffic signal, and for some reason we don't secure enough funding and we have to halt, who are we going to have to foot the entire bill as a city, or would we have commitment from SLOCOG to help pay for those costs if we were to have to end the project and not move forward? I know it's a very complicated question, but I just want to know if we're going to be out all the money in the design if we can't follow through with the plan.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Ford. I think I understand your question, and that's if during design phase we expend a lot of money and then we don't have money for construction, what's the... So I would go back to my previous statement that we would do our best to obtain additional funding. It's already been indicated that we could receive up to $5.5 million more with the two partners in the room. We also have grants that we would chase. If for some reason those efforts were unsuccessful, regardless of whether it's a double signal or roundabout alternative, we would just continue looking for money before we begin construction.
So that brings me to my question about the length of time that commitment of money is. Is there a cap? Is there a sunset? Do we have to complete the project in a certain amount of time or secure enough funding to complete that project to keep the SLOCOG committed funds and the possible Caltrans committed funds?
It's a good question, Councilmember Ford. Right now, we have through fiscal year 25 to spend the SLOCOG money. Should we need an extension, we can request a 20-month extension. The funds coming from the SHOP program from Caltrans may land sometime in February 2024. I don't have information about deadlines there. It may be premature to talk about, or is it?
They roughly align with the source of funding coming from SLOCOG.
So right now, the timelines that we do have are set, but are somewhat flexible in that we can ask for an extension.
Okay, thank you. Okay, 1 second. Let me make sure I didn't miss any of my other questions.
If I may add to that,
Yeah.
we've already received some extensions in funding. And I think politically, because this funding is political, politically it's acceptable to request another extension if SLOCOG sees that we're making progress on design.
Okay. And then maybe this is a question for Mr. Valadeo. I have a question regarding the possible commitment of up to $3 million. And what does that process look like? How do we know, or when would we know, what does that look like? And
So our state highway operations and protection program funding, our SHOP, is we are in charge of maintenance, safety, and some operational improvements. And we have a statewide program where we look at all of our assets, our existing pavement, our bridges, and how traffic is flowing and the like. And money has been identified for this interchange for lighting and pedestrian improvements. And so we've identified that that's happening. We started the early phases of looking at a project, and we either deliver the project on our own or we look for opportunities to partner with local agencies. And we have both options available to us, right? So we are looking to join forces, if you will, with the city, because that would be the most efficient. And that's how it works. So we would be looking at pedestrian and lighting improvements, and hopefully that would dovetail quite nicely with whatever the city has in mind to propose.
Could just a quick question regarding lighting and that sort of thing. Is that just overhead lighting just to illuminate the street, or could that include signalization for like pedestrian crossing?
Because we have an intersection control evaluation policy, a policy we derived and that the city followed to analyze these alternatives, it would only be illuminating sidewalks. We couldn't support a signal with that money.
Okay.
We could a roundabout, because they've already gone through the process.
Paul, I think the question was about flashing beacons.
Flashing beacons.
For pedestrian safety.
I think at this point, it's a bit too early. My instincts would say yes, but like anything, further analysis is needed. Yeah.
Okay. I think that's it. I'm going to hold any other questions for now, so thank you.
Mayor, if I may jump in, we do have clarification on that survey question that I think we misrepresented, and so I just want to make sure that the City Council and the community has accurate information. So the question was, do you avoid this intersection? If so, why? It wasn't select all that apply. You can only select one. So not around, 16 people had an other answer, and 138 people said that they do not avoid the intersection. If you combine those two, that's 154. 122 people said they avoid it because of traffic and congestion. 33 said they avoid it because of safety, so that's 155. It's split basically down the middle.
Thank you.
That was all.
Thank you. Questions, Councilmember Edwards?
Councilmember Ford covered a lot. It's hard to go after you. Let's see here. We talked about modifications. As a council member, one of our goals we made this year is to work with our committees, and that being PWAB. And I consider that input from them very important and critical. They voted in favor of the roundabout, but it was definitely mentioned that pedestrian safety should be closely looked at, as you reported. But there was also mention of a possible simulation, something that could test in the design phase the peak times with the estimated amount of cars and pedestrians, that could be maybe possibly a good measure of how that could work.
Thank you, Councilmember Edwards, for the comment and question. Yes, we would be eager to perform simulations of any alternative during design phase, and certainly bring that to PWAB and possibly council if desired, so that we kind of know what we're buying.
And do you foresee that that could be part of the design phase costs?
Yes, to run a simulation, it could be anywhere from, $5,000 to $10,000.
Okay. It was mentioned, let's see, we talked a lot of dollars and a lot of millions, a lot of 2.5s, a lot of this. But could we explain, or could you explain possibly where the 2.5 million designated, or 2.2 designated for that intersection actually comes from?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Edwards. In 2021, the city had not yet put any general fund or CUNY into the project, and SLOCOG asked for the city to put together a funding commitment plan, sort of like a pledge. And we landed on $2.5 million, and the city said that we would contribute a certain amount of money per year. And we've done that so far, and with the fiscal year 24 budget that was just approved, I don't know, about an hour ago now, we're at around 2.2 million. It's a little bit above 2.2 million. 1.2 million of that is Q&E funds through two different $600,000 contributions. And that money has been set aside for this project, regardless of what alternative the City Council chooses tonight. Around $1 million of that is set aside also for the project, but comes out of development impact fee money, traffic impact fee money, and there's a small handful of projects that had conditions to pay fees for upgrades at this intersection. So those three sources combined comprise that $1 million to bring us to 2.2.
And could you give me an example of what some of those developments were? Who were they? What were they?
Yeah, so I could talk about some of the project-specific ones. I happened to review them the other day, and those were the, some were back in, I think, 2011, and there were a couple more recent ones. So one of the older ones was Morro Mist. I don't have a lot of background on Morro Mist. One of them is a new hotel. One of them is the low-income housing project that's going on 41. So each of those projects had to pay fees into upgrading this intersection.
Okay, getting us to that amount. Okay. Do we know what the approximate cost for design would be?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Edwards. Typically, design costs are estimated to be 10% of construction. So if we're looking at a double signal alternative, and let's say it's $4 million, we could expect a $400,000 bill for design. If we're looking at a roundabout and it's $12 million, it'd be around $1.2 million.
Talking about the money still, there was we're talking about the 2.5 million that is designated for the project. Can you speak to capacity enhancement improvement? Because the money was designated for that. I guess I'm trying to differentiate between, discretionary money as opposed to what's restricted for this use.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Edwards. So of the $2.2 million that the city has in the project, around $1 million is that restricted funding for capacity enhancements. So eligible costs to access that money would be anything that enhances the traffic capacity of that intersection. So, for example, if we went with a double signal alternative, in the short term at least, it would be able to handle more cars more efficiently than the five-way stop that we have now. If we go with a roundabout, obviously the congestion would be greatly relieved there and it will handle more capacity. The intention of these sorts of fees is that as the city grows, even if slowly, but as the city grows, new developments create new stressors on our infrastructure. And so those new developments pay money into these kinds of enhancement projects so that the impacts of the new developments, like more people being in town or more visitors being in town, as those impacts are realized, the city can upgrade its infrastructure, like this intersection, to handle the new flows that are expected.
And can that restricted money be used for any other type of road maintenance or anything else?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Can that restricted money be used for any other road maintenance or improvements, or only this intersection?
It's a good question, Councilmember Edwards. Maintenance projects would not be eligible. Paving roads would not be eligible because it doesn't enhance capacity. If we were widening a road and adding a lane, then yes, that would be eligible. But if we're just paving a crummy road, then no.
Okay, thank you.
Who wants to go next? Go ahead, Laurel.
I wanted to revisit the money that we have pledged in SLOCOG, and whether, I know that there are situations, like looking across a whole county, there might be situations where there's a need for that money in some other place, and that it takes a higher, might take a higher political value or, a higher safety value. So it's not guaranteed, right, that we would get that money.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Barton. I believe you're asking about the $5.9 million that's already been committed from SLOCOG.
Yes.
In theory, right now, that money is guaranteed.
Yeah.
But should the city continue to not show progress on the project, it's at risk. And, without going into specifics, I believe it is seen as a bit at risk right now, though there is hope that that this meeting results in some action that would allow SLOCOG to justify keeping the money in this project. But certainly, unfortunately, funding for capital projects is a zero-sum game. And if money is being held in one city and not being used, and there's an active project progressing and moving forward in another city, the perception seems to be, why is an agency holding money in a place where it's sitting and not giving it to the agency that's moving forward? And so possibly at the conclusion of this meeting, depending on city council direction, we may flip that script and we may become the agency that now other agencies want to fund because we are showing progress. I don't necessarily think it's our fault that there's a perception that the city of Morro Bay hasn't been doing much with this intersection. There have been some environmental challenges that we're now working through that have just taken a very long time. Funding agencies don't really care about those sorts of excuses.
Right, when you're working on
But
a
I do just want to
good
call that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, I was noticing our friend from SLOCOG was halfway out of his seat, and so I'm just wondering if there's more that you wanted to say about that.
No, I'll just add to it that this is a very important regional project.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Good?
Yeah.
Councilmember Landrum?
First of all, I want to thank you for your all of your reports, both of you. Every time I've seen them, there's new information. So, let's see. Where should I start? Okay. So the data used in the study that we have in our packet, I just want to clarify that. That's data from the 2015 study, right?
Thank you, Councilmember Landrum.
Primarily other than the traffic update.
It has two steps, step 1 and step 2. Step 1 was done in 2014, step 2 was done in 2016.
Okay, but roughly that time period, I think I said 2015, so I was kind of right in the middle of that.
You were right in the middle.
So nothing has been updated other than the traffic study.
Sure. At the conclusion of the ICE step 2, we then proceeded into all those technical studies that I listed earlier, which includes some drainage, some cultural, and a traffic update. So there's a host of reports that have been updated at the conclusion of the 2016 ICE step 2.
Right, but nothing new to the one that's in our agenda, none of that has been updated other than the traffic.
Correct.
Okay. And if I read it right, the data in that both of those studies was from, I don't know where I have that somewhere, but it's like 2008 or something like that. It was, the data used for those original studies was not from that time period, it was from earlier.
No, the traffic study was completed in 2016. I'm not sure what other study.
Well, all the
that
other
you're speaking of.
information in that, the CEQA, all of the, whatever was in there, that 2016 study. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in there that, like how it would be designed. I mean, all kinds of things.
That's the conclusion of the alternatives analysis, was that 2016 study. We did update the traffic study recently, and I actually thought that data was in the staff report. The level of service tables should be coming from our traffic study that was updated this calendar year.
Okay, yeah, I have it, that it was date, I found it, it's 2009 to 2014 is the date, those two studies, which the new study is based on, the data was from 2009 to 2014.
Potentially,
Right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what data we're talking about.
We had asked the, sorry to interject here, that we had asked the city and their team to update the traffic data, most namely because of the hotel going in and any other development that was accounted for and known in the city's development plan. So I'm not privy to what's in your packet, but the traffic data was updated this calendar year in 2023. This project has been working on a myriad of studies, environmental and otherwise, for a long period of time. And I'm not privy to what dates you're looking at, but I do, whether it's in your packet or not, the traffic data was updated this calendar year.
Right, no, I'm aware of that. I was just
Okay.
wanting to know about the others, but while you're there.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I have a few questions for you. Okay, so one I just thought of while we were talking about it. So Caltrans can, you said or someone said that Caltrans can either do the shop. Wait, maybe it's not the shop. Caltrans can either do the upgrades to the enhancements to the crosswalks and stuff like that on their own, or partnering with the city. What does it look like if Caltrans does it on its own?
Okay, that's a great question. Thank you for that question. So we have our state highway operations protection plan, our SHOP.
Yeah.
I'm careful with our acronyms because I like using them and I don't often define them. So what it looks like going it alone is that we have identified the need to improve pedestrian access and lighting for pedestrians, not signals. And so if we were to go it alone, we would do nothing to the intersections in question, and we would improve pedestrian access on either side of the interchange.
And what does that mean? Like
That
improve-
means sidewalks, and those sidewalks would be visible at night because of added lighting.
And why would the city want to partner with you? I mean, that sounds good to me. Why would we not want to let you do that?
As a go it alone strategy,
Right.
It's a good project, but the city would get sidewalks and lighting. And if we partner with the city, we're not paying a contractor to go out twice, but once. And it would be improvements to the intersection while also improving the sidewalks and adding lighting. So when agencies partner shoulder to shoulder, we save money in the upfront costs that cost the same roughly on every project, mobilization and getting a contractor out there and all the permits needed, and the other indirect costs associated with infrastructure construction projects.
So, but if the city opted for the no-build option, then
We would come in with only sidewalks and lighting.
and so something like that would be ideal.
Ideal to enhanced pedestrian access at night and during the day, but nothing
And to the city's finances as well, because.
Sure, I'm not
Right.
privy, I'm not
I could jump
qualified to
in.
answer that question.
I could jump in on that. Yeah, we would certainly welcome that kind of investment from Caltrans. And in fact, Caltrans is going to be looking at both sides of the one. So it would be a positive.
And then why, I'm curious, since originally you said that if the city, whatever option the city does, if there's a build option, either the signal or the roundabout, Caltrans would own that construction once
What-
it was completed.
So the action being asked of the city is to recommend an alternative for Caltrans approval, since we are the owner and operators of the state highway system. And so, depending on the recommendation, we would go from there as indicated in the slides.
So, and it would be, still be your, you would own the intersection is still. So I'm just curious why the city would ever, if it's your intersection, can you explain to me why the city is needed to get involved in improving it?
We always go back to this, John. Back in 1997, 98, Senate Bill 45 was passed. So projects that increase capacity on any facility, state route or local, is up to the locals to manage and implement as projects. Since that passage of law in Senate Bill 45 in 1997-98, Caltrans is no longer in the business of capacity increasing projects. Our only purview is the SHOP, the State Highway Operations Protection Program, and we manage maintenance and safety. So we make sure our assets are up to snuff to still be functioning, whether it's our guardrail, our bridges, our pavement. And we also take close look at collision rates. Capacity increasing projects are up to the locals to administer and deliver.
May I make a clarification? Paul, can you talk about what sort of sidewalk or pedestrian improvements are available under SHOP? For example, crossing Main Street, crosswalks that cross Main Street, would that be available?
It would be crosswalks underneath as far as I know, on either side of the interchange as they intersect with the ramps and underneath the State Highway Bridge.
Right, so it wouldn't, so SHOP funds couldn't be used for any of the pedestrian improvements, let's say, west or east of the off-ramps and on-ramps?
It's a state highway project, yeah.
Just wanted to have that clarification there.
Okay, let me see. I'm sure. Okay, this is one. I am a little confused because I didn't know that Caltrans was possibly contributing any funds to this project until tonight. Can you tell me how much Caltrans would be contributing to either the signal or the roundabout?
Nothing.
Nothing.
The SHOP funds are primarily sidewalk improvements for pedestrian access.
Okay.
And lighting.
Okay.
Throughout either side of the interchange.
So I want
That's what I thought.
I want to make a clarification there, if I may, that for the roundabout, because the roundabout alternative would propose to move on-ramps and off-ramps, Caltrans would participate in those costs as part of the SHOP program.
As part of the SHOP program, yes. So when it was, sorry, Greg, also it's our policy, our ICE policy, we would, since the intersection control evaluation resulted in the roundabout being a superior alternative over the signal based off of a well-established and known benefit cost analysis. We wouldn't contribute SHOP funds towards any component to a signalized intersection. So once again, if we were to go it alone and the city chose a no-build alternative, we would enhance sidewalks and lighting to walk at night underneath the bridge and on either side of the bridge as it intersects and interacts with the ramps. If it were a roundabout project, we can blend those fundings together because the ICE supports a Caltrans policy, and anything that would enhance pedestrian access within the state highway system, which obviously is the intersections with the ramps. And then if it's a signal, we wouldn't contribute any money towards the actual physical signal, but we would continue to support anything for a pedestrian crossing that happens to be on the state highway system.
Okay, thank you. That helps a lot.
I was worried about clear as mud.
Yeah, but we don't know, there's no dollar amount that you know of.
It's for the entire side, both sides is around 6 million. And to divvy up either side, that's why we came up with the $2.5–3 million figure. We manage our state highway operations protection plan, our SHOP, on a fiscal year by fiscal year basis. This is coming to us as this fiscal year's early project initiation document. We're programming this money. We're finding it. We're defining its scope, and it's landing in the same location as the city's project, and we're looking for a partnering opportunity.
So,
Okay, so it sounds like no matter what, I just want making sure I'm understanding this correctly. No matter which of the three options Morro Bay chooses, Caltrans will contribute $6 million for the specific
sidewalks and lighting only.
Right.
And we look for we find the team finds the best, the most efficient use of funds when we partner with cities.
Okay.
May I again interject with a question for Paul, because I think something's being lost here. Paul, if the roundabout alternative was chosen because it's the preferred alternative and because it directly impacts the on and off ramps and the retaining walls, Caltrans could participate up to $3 million in our project outside of Caltrans scope projects related to sidewalks and lighting.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
It's because of that ICE policy, the intersection control evaluation.
Okay, but it's still that $6 million we're talking about. Yeah. Okay, and then let's see. One thing I wanted to ask you is that at what point? So all of these options have a life cycle on them that Mr. Rogers has identified, and I'm wondering at the end of and apparently supposedly the roundabout has the longest life cycle, and at the end of when it's deemed that the roundabout is no longer efficient, what happens then?
I would say that's a purely hypothetical question because we've looked beyond the 20-year and it still operates really well. So a single lane roundabout, which I believe this one is, can operate with as much as 30,000 average daily traffic trips. It's a huge number that we have not captured yet that this intersection would encounter in the 20-plus year forecast. So it's always mindful to decide what's next, but I'm afraid that's well over 2 decades from now, where what we're seeing with the signal is in the near term, as far as day one, level of service E, and a few years out, level of service F. But to answer your question, what we do when roundabouts no longer suffice, you're taking the most superior at-grade intersection and you're looking at a whole interchange improvement, changing the way the ramps come in and out. Do we look at a single point interchange? Do we look at diverging diamonds? We start looking at millions and millions of dollars because what we've seen locally, regionally, statewide, and nationwide, and worldwide, roundabouts are the most efficient at-grade intersection. So we're talking about adding more bridges and ramps and what have you.
Right, because no matter what you do with the Main Street and 41 traffic that's not merging onto the highway, it seems like whether you put a roundabout there or leave it as a signal, it seems like the most efficient way to handle the traffic would be to take the through traffic that we're going onto the highways out of the whole equation and with like an overpass or something like that. And then while you were doing that, address the flooding that happens on Highway 1 so that the town doesn't get separated as well.
This city like no other.
Yeah. I mean, and that is a huge issue. At what point does that happen?
Great question, and I appreciate the dialogue here very much. For the funding available for this project, the most efficient conveyor of traffic in and out, the way to reduce delay for all drivers and travelers, we've seen to be the single lane roundabout. At the point in which that no longer functions, and we've mapped out a 20-year plus life cycle that shows that it still functions very viably, very well. But to that hypothetical, and invariably when it doesn't function anymore, you're looking at a brand new interchange, new bridges, new ramps, and those ideas that you brought up. Like, do we divert this traffic to a different interchange? Do we add a new interchange? It's a much different project, a much different level of effort, a different scope of work.
Okay. And then I had a question. I had a lot of questions for you. The study is using your gradings, what you deem the grading to be inadequate, or okay,
So the level of service,
the level of
A,
service,
B, C,
right.
D, E, F is it's developed by the Highway Capacity Manual, and that's a federally maintained manual.
Okay. And
So every local state agency uses that in the country.
All right, but you don't consider it necessarily a problem when something is a D or an F.
We have articulated in our state manuals that we don't approve projects that have something less than C. So when it starts operating, they have these hybrid grades, C, D, it goes from C, C, D, D. When we start seeing operational levels at C, D, that's when we start notifying local agencies, maybe it's something that you should work on, or we take action. That if there's a threshold that we're starting to get concerned, or that red light is lighting on Greg's desk at Public Works, it would be at C, D, or D.
So, but then didn't you just say then you would take action?
We wouldn't take action. We would advise our partners to take action.
And what if they just didn't do it? What if they couldn't afford it or they didn't do it? Then what?
Then we have what we have in the city of Paso at 46 East and 101.
So at no point Caltrans.
We once again,
Right.
Senate Bill 45 was passed,
Right.
capacity increasing. State dollars have been diverted into the State Transportation Improvement Program and other sources of funds that funnel through SLOCOG to the region in hopes to improve projects like this in the area. And then, unfortunately, when it becomes a safety concern, that's our purview under the SHOPP, the State Highway Operations Protection.
Got it.
And that's
Thank
when we get
you.
involved. Yeah.
Okay, I reserve the right to call you back here, but I'm going to let you have a break. Thanks.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, this is a really important one. I don't see anywhere where the peak hours are defined.
Typically, it's the morning rush hour for 2 hours and an evening rush hour for 2 hours.
Can you?
So I don't remember off the top of my head. Do you, Paul?
7 to 9.
That's what I thought.
4 to 6.
Okay.
And they can be adjusted depending on what area you're in, but typically, for our area, it's that.
Okay. Okay. Regarding, okay, this is, I don't know, this might be a SLOCOG thing. Apparently, okay, well, first of all, what would be the diameter and overall footprint dimension involved in this roundabout design?
So that has yet to be determined. Right now, we're looking at 150 feet is a diameter that I've seen lately, but we have two alternatives, and none of them have been refined to be exact yet. So it would need to be surveyed. We need to design all the curves and make sure all the trucks that are going through there and the RVs that are going through there and any other vehicle would be able to navigate the roundabout safely.
Yeah,
So
that seems
that's part
pretty
of
narrow.
design. What's that?
That seems pretty small, 150 for, no?
So to give more credit to the work that's been done, it's that 150 to 160 foot range. It doesn't deviate much. It'll be roughly that size. It does seem small when you hear it out loud, but the whole purpose of a roundabout design is to make it small enough to where I'm looking at the police chief, the smaller Ducati style motorcycles don't zip through too fast. And I'm going to look at your police chief, an ample room for an emergency vehicle or a semi truck to navigate with enough width, and that's the balance we strike. So when we say that roundabouts operate well, they fit vehicles of all kind, and vehicles of all kind are physically restricted from excessive speeding.
So basically, are you saying 150 feet diameter is the minimum?
No.
Oh.
It depends on lane configuration. 150 feet is an approximation. We are in 30% complete design, and we will know the exact dimension when we get further along in that design phase.
What is the minimum?
There is no minimum. We have what we know we've built and what's been designed, and single lane roundabouts vary. If you can imagine, if it's depending on geometry and making sure that you can fit, the 45-foot long,
Right.
Fire truck and a very small motorcycle, they can vary 130 to 180 feet. If you have very acute skews coming in, the circle will be a lot bigger. And if you have perfect 90-degree intersection where it's ideal and there's not much displacement involved, then it gets down to that 130. So it depends on lane configuration, skew, and the like.
Okay.
And that's why it's so gray.
And just for comparison, what is the diameter of the one at Quintana and Morbay Boulevard?
I believe it's 160, 150.
I was going to say 150 or 160.
And the one at 46 and Vineyard?
I'll go on to Google Maps and I'll.
Oh, no one here. That wasn't a.
That was a Caltrans safety project.
Oh, okay.
We saw broadsides that resulted in injury and worse collisions. My lawyers restrict me on how bad because whatever, but that was a safety project.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to know what that is. And I just read that I think it was a year ago, an article a year ago, that project was $4 million.
No, it was not. It was
I read it
around 7 or 8. It had a retaining wall like this project.
Yeah.
And
so why is this one so much more?
Because we have 2 retaining walls instead of 1.
And 2 highway ramps. That one just had intersecting streets. We would have to rebuild the highway ramps.
They had to shave off the sides.
So
of the hill
the hill on the Adelaida side of that intersection, I guess that would have been on the north side of 46 West and Vineyard Drive. We had to build one retaining wall. It wasn't very tall. Both the on and off ramps, because of having optimal configuration going in for the various design vehicles, we need 2 walls that retain the ramps from the highway fill. And that's what escalates the cost of this roundabout.
And can I add more information on the diameter? Because I have a project engineer watching this meeting at home that emailed me while I'm sitting here. And the inscribed circle diameter, which is kind of the technical term, ranges from 150 feet to 175 feet for the old design, which was presented at the public meetings. We have been looking at a newer design that would be 130 to 160. The reason for the variance is we think an oval shape is a little more efficient right here. And the current Morro Bay Boulevard roundabout is 125 to 135, depending on where you measure it. So
Okay,
you're,
so this is a little, you're looking at a little bit bigger.
and part of that is the modern roundabout design. It has sidewalks and landscape buffers to improve pedestrian access.
Okay. And what are the sizes of the refuge islands? Sorry.
I'm going to say it's going to be about 20 feet. They're triangles, though, so the widest part is closest to the roundabout, and it goes to almost nothing. If Paul wants to add
So
something.
you're saying they're 20 feet long and
20 feet wide.
20 feet wide at the widest?
Because you're going to have 2 ramps with a small area between the ramps, so I would estimate them to be 20 feet. Again, it depends on the configuration of the overall roundabout. Yeah, I'd say 20 feet from the time you leave your crosswalk till the time you enter another one.
Till you enter another
Because there's 2
refuge island?
crosswalks. So you cross the road in a crosswalk, you enter the refuge island, and then you'll walk about 20 feet, and then you'll enter the next lane.
It's kind of like Frogger or something. You're just, is that?
It's supposed to be for safety,
Yeah.
to give them, there's a hard curb that prevents cars from crossing over into the median.
Okay. Okay, and this, I think, is for Mr. Rogers. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but when I look at the earlier study from 2014 to 16, and compare it to the current one, though the years have changed from 2030 to 2025 and 2045 to 2040, it looks like it's expected to, the rating has improved somewhat from the earlier projections. Am I right?
I'd have to look at that. I think we did a comparison summary table in our traffic report, and I don't recall off the top of my head. What we have seen, though, is traffic growth in the region isn't growing quite as fast as we used to assume. So that might be resulting in a better result when you try to model 20 years down the road.
Okay, thank you. So that's kind of, this question was the study, we're talking about the prior study showed that Caltrans historic data for the 41 with average daily traffic declining over the last decade. I was wondering what the current data for this is. I think it showed 1% growth. Has this shown to be correct? Does this reflect Morro Bay's current decrease in population?
I'm going to invite Slowcog to come up and add to this if he wants to make his way to the microphone. No, he doesn't. Okay, so Slowcog's giving us a regional growth factor of 0.1 or 0.2%. We wanted to be sure this worked for at least 20 years, so we assumed 0.5%. And it's not dependent on the Morro Bay population. It's dependent on a regional population. So Atascadero, if it grows differently than Morro Bay, then the traffic through this intersection would grow differently than just Morro Bay.
Okay. Can you help me understand where you got the accident data? Did you get it from the police department here in Morro Bay?
Caltrans asks us to use a certain database that's statewide, so that's the database we use in our traffic studies.
And
he can add to that if you'd like.
Okay, I would
but
like to, yeah.
It's the required database. We did pull the police, I think the police did provide 23 years of data, and we narrowed it down based on the description of the intersections to 83 collisions over 23 years. I wasn't sure of the codes in that data, so I can't tell you if there were serious or minor accidents.
I would really argue with that because I'm the one that requested that information, and I, at worst, came up with 25 accidents when I analyzed all of the addresses, which I took the time to do, and then Chief Watkins interpreted the codes for me, and it came down to 10 accidents that involved any sort of injury, whether minor or further. And there have been no fatalities at this intersection as far as we know ever. So I was just curious where your data came from.
I used the same data you did. When I sorted it, what I found was the descriptors varied greatly. Sometimes they said Main Street and Atascadero Road. Sometimes they said northbound off-ramp. Sometimes they had an address. So I did my best to hone it down to one block in either direction of our intersection, and I'd be happy to send the filtered version. I just looked at collisions.
You're looking
though.
at everything. I was just
Yeah,
looking at
so
the
I had
injuries. Yeah.
I had 83 within one block of the intersection, and I didn't have a tool to decode the acronyms that were in there.
That was tricky.
Yeah.
And I will point out of those 10 injuries in 23 years, that was out of 702 in the whole town. So 10 out of 702, which is, really a small percentage. Okay, let's see. Oh, in the signal alternative, it sounds like the 41 would be widened. How wide are we talking about? And is this just into the easement? Would this entail having to acquire land? It also looks like the bike lanes there would be reduced to 6 feet from 8 feet. Is this true? And if it is this even allowed anymore? And has the additional study needed to determine this been calculated into the cost?
So the costs are pretty approximate. So the final design's not done. So we can't do an estimate with bid items and recent construction costs. So it's approximate. The widening that you experience at a signal is resulting from the extra lanes that you need to get through the signal. So right now there's 2 lanes in each direction, and we need to add 1 for turning. So there'd be a lane added all directions coming into the signal. So that would equate to about 12 feet of widening. I'm not sure about the bike lanes. We're using what the Highway Design Manual prescribes for this intersection, which could be 6 to 8 feet, depending on the speeds and where you are.
And does that include the 12 feet widening? Does that include having to acquire land, or is that just using easement land that's
The
available?
signal widening would definitely necessitate some right-of-way impacts to the property owners in front of that signal.
And maybe you already answered me, but has that been included into the cost?
Approximately. We
Like
haven't
by-
acquired it, so we haven't.
What can I ask? What numbers you're using for?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
So, like was indicated earlier, we're precluded from negotiating with any landowners until the environmental clearance has been completed. So, as a subconsultant to GHD, like a Hamner and Jewell, they use known metrics to come up with a rough cost estimate on acquisition of land needed based on the size and configuration, and there's policies and procedures to follow. It's the what is it called, the fair market value for land, and they come up with those assessments using comps and the like a realtor would, but it's all waiting for that environmental clearance in order to begin the negotiations.
And do those costs include legal fees as well?
We don't program like condemnation or difficult paths towards. We assume that some negotiation would be involved and there would be an amicable solution. We don't program and budget worst case scenario.
And
so there are the minimal legal fees, yeah, to operate things.
Right, but like you don't do, there's if it became like an eminent domain sort of thing, the project would be dropped. Is that what you're saying?
No, it wouldn't be dropped. It would just take longer.
But those costs aren't factored into.
Doesn't the city attorney typically handle the right-of-way acquisition process?
But that costs money.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'll just jump in and say there's a lot we don't know yet about costs.
Sure.
Costs, true cost estimates come as a result of completing the design phase of the project, which we haven't done. So that's with any capital project. We don't, right now, we're giving the best estimates we can based on formulas. It would be inappropriate for us to go deeper than that, because then we would be spending money on design alternatives that the city council might not want us to do. And so once we do have direction from the city council to move forward with a design alternative, we will complete design and we will have better cost estimates. And at that time, we look at the funding we have, what the cost estimates are, and see what we still need.
And one more thing, just to reassure that the estimate is sound, is at this level, the GHD cost estimate for all the alternatives has these contingency balances that take the estimate and add 25% for all these hypotheticals you're talking about and more. So it's trying to quantify the unknown unknowns.
Okay.
And this is also why we have pretty significant ranges with our cost estimates.
Yeah, they are significant. In the case of a signal and the roundabout, it shows that Main Street would be widened and would require sound walls and retaining walls. We just observed this area flooding in the recent rains. How would these walls impact the flooding?
You want to?
So anything that we do in the most current floodplain, and these storms taught us a lot of different things, is that we would not worsen the scenario and only improve it. We're not allowed under guidelines under FEMA to worsen the impact of the floodplain. So any work that we would do with either alternative would only improve or leave it as the same.
But I do want to be clear that this intersection did not flood this year.
Well, I mean, if you built a wall, I'm just wondering, because anytime you build a wall, that prevents water, that prevents drain, or it creates a drainage change, and it seems like that has that been taken into consideration?
The 2 points that I would add, so you guys are informed, is it doesn't map that we're in a floodplain at this intersection, but what Paul said is true. We wouldn't be allowed to make it worse. These 2 walls we're talking about are actually cut walls, which means we'd be lowering the ground next to the highway rather than raising it, which...
Can you say that again? Lowering?
We would, because the ramps would need to get closer to the highway to come into the roundabout, they would be cut walls. So you would move the road over, and you can't change the grade of the highway, so that's why there's a wall that results from that. And globally, in a drainage analysis, when you're doing cut walls such as that, you're actually going to improve drainage. It's when you fill earth that you make the flooding around you worse. So
right now, as you climb up the on-ramp or come down from the off-ramp, the slope to your side where the freeway lanes are, there's a dirt slope, okay? And to make these roundabouts configure correctly, we need to make those slopes vertical. So when he talks about a cut wall, we're removing earth, taking the steep slope, the earth can't hold itself vertically. So we put a wall there. And that space that was once held by earth is now open. And so if Noah wanted to build his ark and the flood came back, there'd be more space for water to flow. And that's the improvement he's trying to describe.
Okay. Okay, with a signal, the northbound off-ramp requires a widening of off-ramp structure over Morrow Creek. Can you please elaborate on this and how this will work with future flooding we may experience?
I'm not aware of any work being done over Morrow Creek. I'd have to look at that.
It's number 10 of the, do you want me to tell you where it is?
I don't have what you're looking at.
Oh, okay. of the earlier study, I think the first part. Okay. And then can you please walk me through the issue with the signal and the roundabout alternatives and the northbound and on and off ramps encroaching into the main line? I don't know what that means. And the required retaining walls and regrading to accommodate slope stability. Is this what we were just talking about?
Yeah, that to make if we pulled up the roundabout graphic, I think it'd make more sense, but basically the off-ramp and on-ramp tee into the 41, but we would want to curve them so they connect to the roundabout.
Right.
And to do that, you have to kind of swing traffic away from the intersection and then back into it. And that's what's resulting in the wall and removing some earth, moving it closer to the highway as it comes into the roundabout.
Okay.
Councilmember Landrum, can you tell me how many more questions you have? Because we're already getting late past our time, and I don't know if we're going to have public comment time or not, and I don't want to keep holding these people hostage if we're not going to be able to get to it.
I mean, do I not ask them? Are you
No, I'm just asking you how much longer you think you're
have-
going to need so that,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't, 9, 10. I have several.
okay. So we're not going to be able to get through this tonight.
I don't know.
Well, it's already 10 after 9, so I'm looking at council for how late you want to go past our 9:30 so we can continue. And my apologies to public. I thought we could get through it in 2 hours, but, yeah, okay. So we can go to 10, and I will see if we can try and get you in. I will withhold my questions tonight so that you can ask yours. Okay, so
Well,
go ahead.
I can stop.
No.
I don't need to, I mean, I've asked a lot of questions if you don't.
You want to take a break? And
Sure.
come back to them?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will withhold my comments, my questions, and I will, and we'll come back to yours and then to mine. And ask council right now so we can start public comment to go to the 10 o'clock hour. Yes? Okay. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to open public comment. I have one speaker slip from our very kind principal back there, Scott, who's been waiting patiently along with all of you. And I'm going to invite you up first as I open public comment on this item. Thank you. And Zara, we'll pick up where you were. Okay.
Hey, thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you to the council. First, before I make comments on this, just a few seconds to say thank you for recognizing our graduates last week. It was so exciting, the graduation ceremony and all the kids. It's great to have that collaboration with the city, and I'm grateful. So I'm Scott Scaldi. I'm the principal at Morro Bay High School. This is my second year. I love our school, and I love my job. I would say that on average, we probably have 1,000 people access our campus each school day. Certainly some of those days are more than that, like a Friday night football game is exciting. We have a lot of people come our way. So I just want to share 3 things. One is to affirm that our student senators, a fair portion of them sat and got to ask a bunch of questions. They were probably there for a little hour and a half. And at the end of that, I did hear that there was a consensus that the kids, after asking all these questions and sharing all their anecdotes and stories, both about walking, riding, and driving and riding in cars, they were pretty much in favor of a roundabout. We did have the public venue at our school, and 2 of our students got up and spoke, and they said, we want a traffic light. For me, as I think about how I try to make decisions, it's similar to, I think, what all of you do. You consider safety first. And then you consider, for me, I consider what's best for kids, our staff, and our community. In this case, it appears to me that the city staff has considered safety, and I think they consider what I value best, which is safety for our kids, our staff, and our community. And so if they've made a recommendation to support this roundabout, I concur with that because I want safety and I trust experts. That's what I had to say. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you for all of your time and commitment to our city and our community. It's amazing, especially considering the time and the effort you're putting in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your commitment to our students. Thank you. Public comments open.
We're as glazed over as you are. I'm going to ask for a couple extra minutes because one of the 10 people that have left asked me to read his brief statement. It's only about 3 sentences long. It says, "Dear City Council," this is from Jim Nance. He lives up 41. I think that the county residents on Highway 41 should be consulted about this intersection as it's our main way into Morro Bay and Highway 1. This is a Caltrans and county matter and not just the city to do as they please. Closing the Highway 1 off-ramp at this intersection will cause traffic to back up on Main Street off-ramp, causing Highway 1 traffic to back up. A roundabout is best for getting the most money out of taxpayers. Best to leave it alone, make people come to a full stop, and not try to run a yellow light to get through the intersection. Sincerely, Jim Nance. Betty Winholtz's comments. Several things, which was the common comment on every single public presentation was, you need to do something. But when people said, let's do something, it was only the roundabout and it was only the signalization that was offered. It wasn't all the enhancements to keeping it the way it is, that is the configuration, but with adding the flashing lights, with adding the rumble strips, all those things that PWAB suggested. Those things could be done right now, and that's doing something that would fix the intersection. You don't have to spend $12 million plus, because there will be overruns. You don't have to spend the $4 million or the overruns, because there will be there. You can take the $97,000 that's in the development fees and do these other things. And then you haven't, you fix something to see how well you've done it, how long it will last, because that seems to be an issue here. And you don't need to go to these other extremes. You won't need to use up the people's time, and there's no way under the sun I believe this is going to take only 1 year when you're talking about building and moving things around. And let me say also that when I was on Slow Cog back in the day, that Pismo gave up some money at one point. Nobody holds a grudge in Slow Cog, because you know that may be you another year. So I don't think we should feel bad about giving up money if we are going to go to a no project or something similar. Plus, it puts money back into the Measure Q and Measure E. I mean, that's where this money is coming from, the quarter of a 1.25 million or the 2.5, whatever it's going to be. And that can be used for streets or other projects in Morro Bay. It also frees up staff time, which is money, to not be involved in this project, other than to do these few, relatively speaking, minor things that will enhance the project. We have never seen an EIR. This is the first time I've heard that there is one. I'm just going to say a couple of more things. I think I've said the most of it. You get where I'm coming from. No build is my first option. I think you need to consider that. It's the cheapest. And I would say it's the safest, because this is a known intersection that has no deaths at it. And when you put in some other things, you don't know if there's going to be deaths. And the chart said, oh yeah, we can reduce the chance of death, but there was still a percentage there.
Thank you.
I'm running out of energy. I'm going to keep it short. Let's do the roundabout.
Bill Martini again. It's been a long night, and just a couple comments. I think always on all these projects, my number one thing is sticker shock. You know, 12 million for a roundabout. I think what even came in worse tonight was $6 million for a sidewalk, you know, to improve the existing sidewalk under the interchange. Of course, that's not your ticket item. Or the $150,000 for a pole to hang a light on. It seems like the no project costs, would be zero. I'm not saying that's the best way to go, but we're not Montecito. I know I was just down there the other day watching them build their second roundabout, but they got, Ellen and Oprah and Harry and Meghan, it's a high rent neighborhood. They can afford it. This area is 10,000 people are kind of struggling. And the 2.5 million, I mean, we're talking our roads that are coming apart. So two things I had thought about was if you bring an in-and-out burger next to the high school, you'll probably solve the bulk of your pedestrian traffic going over to the other side. The main thing is a lot of the traffic coming into Morro Bay, if you had ever put or were thinking about putting the bridge as far as going to the Embarcadero off of Highway 41, going past the high school, I mean, that's always been talked about. That would alleviate so much of the problem on this intersection and in the Morro Bay in general. So there are other options that could ease that intersection. And of course, that intersection, to put a roundabout, I don't know if anyone knows it or not, and it's probably not a huge important, but that is alternate Route 66. That's where Route 66 ended, which may not make sense, but when Route 66 came across the U.S., they had an alternate branched off, and it was called 466, which was alternate Route 66, turned into Highway 46, and then they reversed 41 and 46. So just from a tourist standpoint, or to think about that intersection, that was actually alternate Route 66, the junction where it ended into Highway 1. I'm kind of drifting off the subject, but I think it deserves attention. I don't know if it needs to be modernized. You might be able to alleviate the problem by going to the Embarcadero and get the pressure off that intersection that way. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. All of the input was wonderful. Councilwoman Zara Mirzan, oh gosh, I'm going back to when she was 3. You did a lot of research, and I appreciate all your questions, and I learned a lot from hearing those questions, and everybody else's too, but thank you. I'm trying to figure out why the price has changed. At the Morro Bay presentation, we heard $4 million for lights and $12 million for the roundabout, and now we've added $2 million to the lights, and we've gone down to an $8 to $12 million. So we've gone down. Oh, maybe it'll only be $4 million left, but we're still not getting an answer as to whether or not that includes the cost for our cultural preservation and our, I know they're not easements, they're, yes, thank you. Anyway, I'm worried about the cost, and I've learned a little about SLOCOG, and I'm just hoping that you all will listen to the residents of Morro Bay before you'll be pressured by SLOCOG and what money they'll give us or not. So honestly, I would like to have you add me to the ever-growing list of anti-roundabout residents. Upon reading correspondence for the 6/13 tonight's City Council meeting regarding the proposed roundabout at Highway 1 and Main Street, it is quite clear that residents are not in favor of spending $12 million plus on a roundabout. So the last time I looked at the correspondence was around 3:30, and we had 31 letters about the roundabout, 28 anti-roundabouts, 1 request for more information, and 3 pro-roundabouts. At the Morro Bay High School presentation, I believed it was lopsided in favor of the roundabout. I don't remember much about the signaling at all. I don't remember hearing anything about what we could do to upgrade and beautify the area without even adding signaling with other things. Nothing about that. I think that was unfortunate. Most of the people who spoke at that presentation were against the roundabout. 2 residents were in favor of it, and 2 Morro Bay High School gave excellent speeches on why they were against it. I was surprised that the PWAB voted in favor of the roundabout. Voting alongside the majority of residents that have voiced their concern against the roundabout would be a show of the council's genuine desire to listen to and fulfill the wishes of Morro Bay residents. Thank
Hi again. This is it. This is the big controversy. Nancy Bast, Morro Bay resident. At the PWAB meeting, the questions I asked were not answered, nor were they answered by Mr. Kwolek when I sent him an email. One of the questions was, will it be necessary to buy private land for the roundabout, for the signalization? Compare the land and price needed for each. Well, apparently you don't know that yet. Number two, the consultant said that roundabouts are safer for pedestrians than signals are. How were these facts compiled? I've been through many rural roundabouts that are simple right-angle intersections with nary a pedestrian in a mile. Of course, they sound good and safe. Three, he also said once they are constructed, roundabouts are there forever with minimal maintenance. You did. And whereas signals have a 20-year lifespan. There are 3 traffic signals in Morro Bay, and in the 45 years that I've lived here, I am not aware that anyone has had to be replaced, maybe not even maintained. I've been told that the law requires native remains to remain in situ if there are more than 1 remains. I understand that there are 8 native remains at the project site. How will the law regarding those remains be handled? We have not been given factual details of cost, safety, and cultural solutions. How can a reasoned decision be made? I think we've been given a lot of propaganda to support just the roundabout. Please don't listen to them and their propaganda. We pay the bills, and we've been asked already to add to our property taxes on that we have refused to do. Let's not do that with this. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jim Kernut, local resident. Obviously, we got 3 choices. Leave it as it is, time traffic lights, or the roundabout. If you are to make a change, I implore you to either leave it as it is or construct a time traffic light with left-hand turn lanes and time-requested pedestrian crossing. As far as safety, the 4-way stops are easily recognized as well as the accepted protocol. Traffic lights have been with us forever. Everyone knows what a red, yellow, green lights, left-hand turn arrows, and walk, don't walk signals mean. The roundabouts, on the other hand, can be confusing to the majority of drivers. They are uncommon, out of the ordinary, and the traffic rules are unconventional to most drivers, many first-time visitors to Morro Bay. I strongly urge you to proceed with the do not proceed with the overpriced roundabout where pedestrian safety is definitely at risk. As far as the cost, the 4-way stop intersection with minimal changes, new lane markings, and perhaps flashing reminder lights is the cheapest. Traffic lights at a projected $4 million budget brings monitored, controlled traffic and pedestrian crossing with a higher degree of safety. Reading the traffic studies used in this proposal, it seems like they are dated in many crucial areas involving pedestrian and traffic analysis going back to 2014, 2016, with collision costs in the 2010 to 2013 timeframe. Tonight, it's brought up that the roundabout will last 20 years, at $12 million, traffic signal 15 to 20 years at $4 million. This is a busy, crucial intersection, one I use every day, and I offer an emphatic no to the roundabout and a resounding yes to either leave it alone or with some improvements or the traffic signals. Thank you very much.
Actually, I'm June Swall, but I am standing in for Carol Truesdale. And I think many of you are familiar with her. She has had surgery and unable to participate tonight. So these are her words. I have lived here since 1995 and am a homeowner. No amount of money can bring back a life. Roundabouts are unsafe for pedestrians and bicyclists. I attended the May 10th community meeting. I have heard nothing there or since to change my mind. The no bill, do nothing action works because vehicles have to stop. Over the decades, there has not been one fatality at this site. This is a proven method of traffic control that has worked at this unique five and six-legged intersection. Excuse me. If there's waiting at this site, it is usually minimal, and this is a small price to pay for inconvenience or for keeping our children and seniors safe. Signalization would be my second choice, but not a roundabout. Financially, the city is still recovering from the January storm damage and from the water reclamation facility program. It would be physically irresponsible for the city to choose an option for a 12 million roundabout when such funds are not available. Thank you for your consideration, Ms. Truesdale.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I want to start out by saying the words design build are a swear word to me. I can't stand it. It's cost this town millions and millions and millions of dollars. I don't want to hear it again. I certainly don't want us to go into a design build for a signal or a roundabout. Do you hear me? I know you do. Okay. So in the data that the chief gave, we've only had approximately 10, I don't know what kind of accidents they were, but in the 20-some years. So I read the email that she presented to Zara in the correspondence today. And a few years back, the CFAC committee rejected going forward with the design unless the project could be fully paid for. Well, guess what? We're there. We're still there. We can't fully pay for the project, and yet we're back with the project in front of us that we can't fully pay for. 48 pages approximately of comments were submitted. The majority of them wanted a signal or nothing at all. The red dots on the May 10th panel that we went to were about 3/4 of the way wanting a signal, not a roundabout. I took pictures of them, each one of those panels when almost everybody had left. So the roundabout is not a preferred option, as I heard someone say tonight in their comments. The preferred option. Well, the people sitting in back that got up and actually spoke, the people at the May 10th that put their dots on the thing, the people that spoke at the high school, especially those great 2 students that spoke, don't want a roundabout. In the comment, in the emails today to the city, one of them speaks in where I'm standing. And this person wrote, Morro Bay is emerging from the construction of a $160 million sewer plant. We need to cast a cold eye on a new infrastructure project that don't have clear and overwhelming importance. It's irresponsible to spend millions in a single intersection when we can't afford to keep the streets paved. The situation at 41 in Main may be less than ideal, but it's hardly a catastrophe waiting to happen or justifying major expenditure. Either of the proposed improvements, stoplight or roundabout, raises questions, as staff and consultants admitted on May 10th workshop. No solution will be perfect. The visitors pouring down Route 41 on summer weekends may never have seen a roundabout before, and the result will not be pretty. Construction will involve an extended period of traffic chaos. Major infrastructure expenditures, projects that affect the very nature of the community, should be put to a vote of the community. As we saw with the sewage plant, workshops, and online surveys, there are no way to make decisions. The May 10 workshop was a solution in search of a problem. And it's public knowledge, so that's why I read it, because it was submitted publicly. So you don't have to do anything tonight. You really don't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment?
Hi, I'm Margaret Carmen, and I ditto that. I really hope that you guys will not make a decision tonight. I hadn't heard all of Ms. Windholz's ideas, but they are fabulous. Why spend money we don't have, and we could have what she said put in? And I so appreciate Zara for all the questions that you have, and I don't know what Brown Act allows, but if you don't make a decision tonight, which I think is a fabulous idea, could you look at her questions and the research that she found? That would be a suggestion. And I want to say I'm really tired of staff saying that they remain neutral, because it is nothing. It is not neutral, all that we've been seeing. And I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room for me. We've heard data, 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 data. And I want to say, every person in this room, your lives were dramatically changed the last 3 years. Too many of you that I don't even want to think about have had life-altering shots put in your arms because of data, data, data. That is not true. It wasn't accurate. And I think you're getting the same thing now. And I just feel that way really deep in my heart. And it's late, and that's all I want to say. Please don't make a decision tonight based on data. Always has a lot of ways it can be looked at, and you're only getting one side.
Anyone else for public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment here and go to AGP.
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. There are currently no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you very much. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. Councilmember Landerman, if you'd like to pick back up on your questions. And thank you all for your patience. I appreciate it.
Okay, keep me posted. Yeah. All right, I'm trying to figure out where I was. Okay. All right, and back to that 2014, 2016 study. I think I know, have the environmental costs been updated in the, just quickly, could you answer that? I'm confused at this point, and we've had so much information, and it seems, okay, And then I'll tell you the whole question. I haven't seen any pedestrian or bicycle count on any study. Has that been accounted for, the traffic on bicycles and, do we know how many pedestrians use that? I haven't heard that.
So we got some ped counts, I think it was approximately 6 months ago. Is that right? And this intersection showed to be 200, I think, at lunchtime through the course of a certain duration of counting. I could pull it up and get back to you.
So 200 like in a month, or we don't know?
I don't recall, but it measured higher than any other intersection in the city and most in the county, actually, for pedestrians. So I'll pull that up.
And bicyclists?
And bicyclists were almost none in the count.
Oh, I see bicyclists there all the time. Okay.
That's the count, yeah. I will pull it up as
so we don't know either. We don't know the answer for the pedestrians. What did you say?
We had a study done, and there was a number of 200, but I don't know the duration of that. John sent it this afternoon. Yeah.
Actually, we recruit volunteers every year, every September, that go out to different locations and do a 2-hour count with a clipboard. And so this site was done, I want to say, in 2019, over the lunch hour period. Over the lunch hour period, there were 200 pedestrians counted, and I want to say 4 or 5 bikes during the lunch hour period.
Okay, in one day?
Yes, one day. Over 2 hours in one day. Actually, it might have just been 1 hour, but in one day.
Wow, that's a lot of pedestrians.
Well, it accounts for the lunchtime sort of Taco Bell run.
Yeah. While you're there, I found the one I wanted to ask you. Let me see if I can find it again. Okay. Could you speak on the guarantee of was it $5.6 million that Caltrans would, SLOCOG would be offering?
Sure.
And what could cause that to be changed?
Yeah, sure. So every 2 years, as part of our regional funding cycle, SLOCOG board programs funding for select projects, and this project has been in the queue for a number of cycles, so probably the last 3, so that's over the last 6 years. We have incrementally increased that for the city of Morro Bay. So 2 years ago, we added another $2 million to what was then $4 million. So it's up with, it's in the Caltrans system, it's in the programming database, so it's basically ready and waiting to be spent.
Okay, and what would cause that to be changed? Just if the time expired and it wasn't renewed, or?
Yeah, so as Mr. Pollack said, come 2025, if it hadn't been obligated, you just have to start spending it, and then sort of different timelines apply. But if it sits there untouched, come 2025, then you do have the option to file a 20-month extension. But then you really have to obligate it again, and if that's not done, then the money is lost.
Okay, and if we had completed this project back in 2000 when it was first introduced, or somewhere around then, would Morro Bay have accrued potential SLOCOG money by this point, 23 years later? And what would this be used for? What would be identified? What is next in line here in Morro Bay?
So the type of money that Morro Bay accrues from SLOCOG is just about $41,000 per annum for Morro Bay's discretionary funds. So we apportion out money based on population formula, and the city has been accruing that amount of money, totaling $325,000 in what we call urban state highway account funds. So that money is not necessarily a part of this project. This project at one point competed for regional money, so it competed against the Pasos, the Pismos, Arroyo Grandes to obtain the money that you have obtained as part of our every 2-year funding cycle. So that money was pulled out of a different fund and was apportioned to Morro Bay.
Okay.
So it's special funds, and if you don't spend it, then it goes back into the regional pot.
But in general, we accrue 41,000 per year? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's a different fund. It's a different
And
fund of money, but
okay.
that's money, that's local choice funds, and you typically use that on road maintenance.
Okay, but if we hadn't, what is next in line for as identified in Morro Bay that, needs
Oh,
to
what,
be-
for
yeah.
this money? Well, this...
No,
this-
I mean in Morro Bay, like what has been identified in Morro Bay?
I'll speak to that.
Okay.
It's really a city question.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's project-based, so
Oh, okay.
if we wanted to compete to get money for a project, and so recently, for example, we got SLOCOG money for the Main Street Quintana intersection for bike lanes and also traffic or pedestrian indicators. That was about a year ago or so. So if the city has a project and we know funding's available, we would compete for that money.
Okay. And I don't know if this is you or Caltrans, but I heard earlier that this intersection is the second busiest circulation area to the Embarcadero. And the city has already put in a roundabout at Quintana and Morro Bay Boulevard. Did they do that because it was the first at that time, or and this was the third? I'm trying to understand.
I think earlier I said that this intersection has the most congestion in the city, second to the Embarcadero. Yeah.
Okay, but before that intersection that has the roundabout currently, was that done because it was equal, up there too, or more of a pressing need than this one?
We'd have to look at that data.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
John, I think I'm done with you. Thank you. There was a really important one I forgot to ask earlier, and now I'm not finding it. Okay. I got that one. In the 2014-2016 study, why wasn't the no build included, like broken down and included as compared?
So I'll answer that briefly, because it didn't involve any improvements, so there'd be nothing to analyze.
Okay. And then, Mr. Rogers, what makes you believe that you've passed the Native American hurdle? And what is the mitigation that they expect?
So that report is not something that can be disclosed publicly. It contains sensitive information. So I actually haven't read it. I don't think many of us are allowed to read it because it could lead to some security issues for the sensitive resource that we're dealing with. But what I can say is that the local Caltrans staff and the Native American representatives that we worked with have agreed to the current report and the mitigation in there, and they're now moving it on to the next step, which I believe is SHPO, if Paul wants to add anything to that.
So the reason for the discretion is federal law and state law. So so there's a I guess, a trusted communication between a few liaisons at Caltrans and the two Native American tribes affected in the area. They help us identify where the resources are. We make sure that the improvements, if we anticipate them, how to handle them. And then we take it to the State Historic Preservation Office to confirm that all federal and state laws have been abided by, and they confirm. And I haven't seen the report because I'm not allowed to read it either. So it's just
Okay, so it's
yeah.
it's really not known that that's for sure.
No, no, that's not true.
Oh,
What's true is that the process is taking place. We don't know the details because we're not privy to it because we're not allowed to. But we do know that we've done our extended phase 1 and phase 2 field investigations, and those were successful. Now they're on to the State Historic Preservation Office for concurrence. We expect concurrence, and that will be the main restrictors to get towards finally producing the environmental impact report. So we've made tremendous progress. We know that this will get done. We just are not privy to the details because the law doesn't allow us to know it.
okay. And is there an EIR? In an EIR, would you evaluate the no-build option?
We have to.
You have to.
Yeah, we always have to consider the no build and then build alternatives.
Okay, but that hasn't been done yet.
The EIR has not been completed,
With that,
no.
okay.
But according to CEQA and NEPA, you have to consider no build always.
Okay. This is for Mr. Rogers. So the cost estimate for the signal option was $4 million in 2015 and is now $4 to $6 million. That's what, 50% increase?
Depends on how you look at it. If it comes in at 4 million, it's no increase.
Oh, no, well, yeah, but if it's 6 million, how often does your company's estimates come in at the estimate? Or like what percentage is it often over?
I don't have a data that can summarize all of that, but I can tell you the process we go through is we look at the most recently bid projects locally, and we try to use similar projects that have similar access and construction availability to the site. On the latest updates, we used a roundabout that is planned for Avila Beach Drive. So that's where we got the latest bid results. They're going out for construction this summer, so it's pretty fresh.
Okay.
So we use real bid results to create our cost estimates.
And in general, how many change orders are common with these similar projects?
I don't have the global data on that.
I guess to instill some confidence in the engineer's estimate of probable cost, Caltrans maintains a statewide database that goes back to the 80s that analyzes engineers' estimates against bid results, and that helps inform. That's a public-facing database, and folks at GHD use it, Caltrans and local public agencies. And we have an Office of Cost Estimate Review office, and they maintain that database. They keep quarterly metrics on how well the engineer's estimate hits the construction low bid, and not just the initial cost, but the built cost, how many change orders. And I would say that our industry is doing well. It's hard to pinpoint one company on a small sampling of projects, but I would say that our engineer's estimate come within plus or minus 10% of what low bids come in. And, I would say the debate is on who the contractor is and how many estimates. I don't want to get into local folklore, but, you get one contractor who's great, and another one's maybe not that great.
Right.
Just like with anything. You
Yes.
get a good plumber and not a good plumber.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum, I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
I want to take a minute to thank Paul and John for staying tonight. We're going to need to continue this to our next meeting. I will meet with our city manager and the city clerk to see if we will schedule either a special meeting prior to our next scheduled council meeting, or if we will be able to schedule it as our first C item, one or the other. We had a pretty full agenda coming up because of some requirements that we needed to finish this month in June, so I will have them post as soon as we know. And we will pick up with the rest of Councilmember Landrum's questions as well as my own and move forward from there. So thank you all for tonight, and we will continue this item to the next meeting. And with that, we are adjourned. Oh, I'm sorry, does anyone have anything for new business? Thank you. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you to staff also. I appreciate you all staying. Thank you. Post it?